Rome, the greatest empire the world had ever seen, on the brink of destruction. Invaders at the gates, their leaders desperate, their enemies relentless. This wasn't just the collapse of a city. This was the end of an era. But how did it come to this? How did unstoppable legions fall to barbarian tribes, HUNS, GOTHS and VANDALS, who would tear Rome apart piece by piece? These are the stories that changed Europe forever. The brutal invasions, the betrayal, the power struggles. If you think you know how Rome fell, think again. Stay with me as we uncover the truth behind these barbarian tribes, because this is where the story of medieval Europe truly begins. A story of survival, of war, of the transformation of a continent. But before these tribes became the forces that would bring empires to their knees, they were something else. The Germanic peoples were not conquerors at first. They were survivors. For thousands of years, they lived on the edges of the world, in the shadows of dense forests and windswept shores. Isolated from the great empires to the south, they built their own world, a world of warriors, hunters, and tribal leaders. But the pressure was building. By 1800 BCE, they had started to grow. More people, fewer resources. The forests that had once sheltered them now closed in. These were not the barbarians Rome would later fear. They were families, tribes, desperate for new land and opportunities. The question was no longer whether they would move, it was when. And so they moved, slowly, steadily, southward, from the North Sea coast into the heart of Europe. It wasn't a conquest, it was survival. Harsh winters, changing climates, and overpopulation pushed them further and further, seeking fertile land and better opportunities. This is where the story begins. The Germanic tribes weren't just invaders, they were traders, hunters, and farmers. They built a culture based on strength, but also on trade, exchanging amber from their shores for the riches of the south. These were the seeds of the movement that would one day shake the foundations of the Roman Empire itself. But the journey south wouldn't be easy. As they spread across Central Europe, the Germanic peoples were entering dangerous, contested lands. Every step was a challenge, every day a fight for survival. And soon they would encounter a force far stronger than anything they had ever faced, the Roman Empire. It wasn't long before the Germanic tribes found themselves staring across the mighty Rhine River, face to face with the most powerful force on earth, the Roman legions. The once isolated tribes of the north had now reached the edge of a colossal empire, one that was expanding relentlessly, and Rome was ready to fight. By the 2nd century BCE, the Germanic tribes, Cimbri and Teutoni, had begun their slow, determined march southward. Desperation and survival drove them from the dense forests of the north into the lands held by Celts and Illyrians, eventually reaching the borders of Rome itself. The clash was inevitable. The first encounters between Rome and the Germanic tribes were nothing short of ferocious. General Gaius Marius, 110 BC, 82 BC, one of Rome's greatest military minds, would be the one to face these northern invaders. It was a clash of cultures, a battle for survival on both sides. For the Germanic tribes, it was about finding new lands. For the Romans, it was about defending the empire. These early battles would test the mettle of both sides. The Romans, trained in the art of war, fought with precision and discipline. The Germanic tribes, driven by a relentless hunger for survival, fought with raw, untamed ferocity. The result was bloody and brutal. Marius would eventually defeat the Cimbri in 101 BC at the Battle of Vercelli. The Battle of Vercelli in 101 BC stands as one of the most significant clashes in Roman history, marking the end of the Cimbrian War. To understand its impact, we turn to three prominent modern historians whose works shed light on this pivotal moment. Adrian Goldsworthy, in the Name of Rome, the Men Who Won the Roman Empire, highlights the strategic genius of Gaius Marius, stating, Marius's victory over the Cimbri at Vercellae was not merely a triumph of Roman arms, but a testament to his strategic acumen and the effectiveness of his military reforms. Philip Matichak, author of Chronicle of the Roman Republic, The Rulers of Ancient Rome from Romulus to Augustus, emphasizes the resilience of the Roman legions. The Battle of Vercellae marked the end of the Cimbrian threat and showcased the resilience and adaptability of the Roman legions under Marius's command. Finally, Linda Telford, in her book Sulla, a Dictator Reconsidered, reflects on the broader implications. The decisive victory at Vercellae not only eliminated the immediate danger posed by the Cimbri, but also elevated Marius's status, setting the stage for future political dynamics in Rome. Autumn 9 CE. The Roman legions were on the march, deep in the forests of Germania, but something was wrong. What had begun as a routine mission would soon become one of the darkest days in Roman history. The Battle of the Teutoburg Forest. The legions, led by Publius Quinctilius Varus, 46 BC, AD 9, had been lured into a deadly trap set by the Germanic chieftain Arminius, 18 or 17 BC, 21 AD. What followed was a massacre. 3 entire Roman legions were wiped out, their soldiers slaughtered in the dense, unforgiving forests of Germania. The shockwaves of the Teutoburg disaster reverberated throughout the empire. Emperor Augustus himself is said to have cried out in despair, "Varus, give me back my legions." The defeat marked a turning point. No longer could Rome simply march into Germania and expect to conquer. The tribes had proven their strength, and from this moment forward, Rome would be on the defensive. Adrian Murdoch, historian and journalist, examines the catastrophic loss suffered by the Roman Empire, stating, "The defeat in the Teutoburg Forest was a turning point that halted Roman expansion into Germania and had profound implications for the empire's future." Peter S. Wells, American anthropologist, explores the battle's impact, noting the ambush led by Arminius not only decimated 3 Roman legions, but also shattered the myth of Roman invincibility, reshaping the empire's approach to its northern frontiers. Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy, British historian from 19th century, writes, "This disaster prevented the Romanization of the Germanic tribes, preserving their distinct cultures and significantly influencing the future course of European history." The early interactions between Rome and the Germanic tribes were not just battles. They were the opening chapters of a conflict that would shape the destiny of both Rome and the barbarian peoples for centuries to come. The Battle of the Teutoburg Forest had taught Rome a harsh lesson. These so-called barbarians were not to be underestimated. This was just the beginning. The fall of the Roman Empire didn't happen overnight. It began with subtle changes. Even before the major invasions, the Roman world was already transforming. Roman populations were declining. Wars, plagues, and economic instability had taken their toll. And into this vacuum stepped the Germanic peoples. These were not conquerors, yet. Many of them were simply looking for land, for opportunities. As Roman cities emptied, Germanic tribes moved in, not as invaders, but as settlers. They took up lands that had been left vacant by the declining Roman population. And with this came a profound shift in the social fabric of the empire. Rome had always relied on its legions to protect its vast borders, but with fewer Romans to fill the ranks, the empire turned to the very people they had once called enemies. Many Germanic warriors were recruited into the Roman army, trained to fight alongside their former adversaries. Germanic leaders too found their place in this new world. Some even rose to high ranks within the Roman military and government. This process, known as barbarization, blurred the lines between Roman and outsider. As they settled within the empire's borders, the Germanic peoples didn't just assimilate, they became vital to Rome's survival. But this dependence was dangerous. The very people Rome relied on to protect its borders were also those who, in time, would challenge its power. And slowly, imperceptibly, the empire that once seemed invincible began to shift, began to fracture. The seeds of change were sown not in great battles, but in the quiet moments when Germanic settlers took Roman lands and Germanic soldiers joined Roman ranks. This was the beginning of a transformation, one that would not end until the Roman Empire itself had fallen. The Germanic tribes were not the only force pressing against Rome's borders. By the late 4th century, a new and fearsome power emerged from the steppes of Central Asia, the Huns. In 376 AD, the Huns stormed into Eastern Europe, displacing tribes like the Goths, and igniting a cascade of migrations that would shake the Roman Empire to its core. This invasion marked the beginning of a new and tumultuous chapter in European history, one where ancient alliances crumbled and the Roman world faced an unprecedented challenge. Peter Heather, British historian of late antiquity, discusses the Huns' impact, stating the arrival of the Huns in Europe triggered a domino effect, displacing established tribes and setting off a chain of migrations that profoundly destabilized the Roman Empire. Christopher Kelly, Australian classicist and historian who specializes in the later Roman Empire and the classical tradition, notes, "The Hunnic invasions of the late 4th century forced the Goths to seek refuge within Roman borders, leading to conflicts that would culminate in the catastrophic Battle of Adrianople." Michael Kulikowski, in Rome's Gothic Wars, from the 3rd century to Alaric, observes the sudden appearance of the Huns disrupted the balance of power on the Roman frontier, compelling the Goths to cross the Danube and setting the stage for a series of events that would challenge Roman authority. The steppes of Central Asia, wild, endless, merciless. This is where the Huns were born, not in the comfort of cities, not in the safety of walls, but in the brutal openness of a land where only the strong survived. For centuries, they were unknown to the world, just another nameless tribe in the sea of nomads. But something changed. The Huns weren't content with survival. They craved power. And when the Huns moved, they moved like a storm. Originating from Central Asia, they began their westward migration around 370 AD, driven by a combination of environmental factors and the search for new territories. Their arrival in Europe marked a significant turning point in the continent's history. As the Huns swept through Europe, they brought with them a unique culture and military prowess that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Their swift cavalry tactics and fierce fighting style allowed them to conquer vast territories, forcing various tribes and nations to either submit or flee. The Huns' impact was not merely one of destruction. They also facilitated the movement of other groups, such as the Goths, who were pushed into Roman lands as a direct result of Hunnic expansion. This chain reaction of migrations contributed to the so-called migration period, a time of significant upheaval and transformation in Europe. In their early years, the Huns were organized into various tribes, each led by a chieftain or a council of elders. This tribal structure was essential for maintaining order and cooperation among the groups, especially during times of conflict or migration. The Huns relied heavily on kinship ties, which reinforced loyalty and unity within the tribes. Their social organization was fluid, allowing for the merging of tribes and the formation of larger confederations when necessary. This adaptability was a key factor in their ability to mobilize quickly and effectively during their campaigns. Otto J. Menschenhelfen explores the Huns' origins and societal organization, stating, "The Huns were a confederation of various nomadic tribes from the Central Asian steppes, whose social structure was characterized by a loose hierarchy led by chieftains, with a strong emphasis on mobility and warfare." E. A. Thompson examines the Huns' daily life, noting, "The Huns were primarily pastoralists, relying on their herds for sustenance. Their nomadic lifestyle necessitated portable dwellings and a diet centered around meat and dairy products. Christopher Kelly discusses the Huns' societal dynamics, observing Hunnic society was marked by a warrior elite who maintained power through martial prowess and the accumulation of wealth via raids and tributes, reinforcing a culture where status was closely tied to success in battle. The Huns' nomadic lifestyle also influenced their cultural practices. They were skilled horsemen, and their entire way of life revolved around their horses, which were not only vital for transportation, but also for warfare. The Huns developed a unique style of mounted archery, enabling them to shoot arrows with remarkable accuracy while riding at high speeds. This military innovation would later become one of their defining characteristics during their incursions into Europe. Culturally, the Huns were influenced by the various peoples they encountered in their migrations. As they moved westward, they came into contact with different tribes and civilizations, including the Sarmatians and the Scythians. These interactions led to the exchange of ideas, technologies, and customs, enriching Hunnic culture. For instance, they adopted certain elements of warfare and craftsmanship from neighboring groups, which further enhanced their capabilities as a formidable force. Understanding the origins and early history of the Huns provides valuable context for their later expansion into Europe. Their nomadic lifestyle, tribal organization, and cultural influences laid the groundwork for the Huns to become a significant power in the late antiquity period. As we delve deeper into their history, we will uncover how these early foundations contributed to their eventual rise and the profound impact they had on the course of European history. The migration of the Huns from their origins in Central Asia into Eastern Europe is a fascinating journey marked by strategic movements and significant consequences. Starting around the late 4th century, the Huns began their westward trek, traversing the vast steppes and crossing the Ural Mountains. Their migration routes took them through regions that are now part of modern-day Kazakhstan, Russia, and Ukraine, ultimately leading them into the heart of Eastern Europe. This movement was not a singular event, but rather a series of waves that unfolded over several decades, driven by a combination of environmental and social factors. One of the primary reasons behind the Huns' migration was climate change. The steppes of Central Asia experienced shifts that made traditional pastoral life increasingly difficult. Droughts and changing weather patterns reduced the availability of grazing land, prompting the Huns to seek more fertile territories. This search for better pastures was compounded by conflicts with other nomadic groups, such as the Alans and the Sarmatians, which further pushed the Huns westward. As they moved into Eastern Europe, they encountered a landscape rich in resources and opportunities, allowing them to establish themselves as a dominant force. Peter Heather suggests that the Huns' westward movement may have been driven by external pressures, stating the Huns were likely pushed westward by other nomadic groups, possibly the Jujan, leading them to seek new territories and resources. Christopher Kelly discusses environmental factors, noting climate change resulting in the drying up of pasture lands in Central Asia may have compelled the Huns to migrate in search of more fertile regions. The Gothic tribes, pushed to the edge of survival by the Huns' relentless advance, were the first to feel their wrath. These once proud peoples were reduced to refugees, fleeing from the terrifying thunder of hooves and the deadly hail of arrows that fell upon them. The Huns moved like predators, sweeping in at terrifying speed, cutting down their enemies with a cruelty that shocked even the war-hardened Romans. The Gothic king Athanaric, a powerful leader in his own right, could not hold back the tide. His people were driven to the borders of the Roman Empire, desperate for refuge, while the Huns continued to spread their terror like wildfire. The Huns' military prowess and swift cavalry tactics instilled fear among their adversaries, leading to a series of conflicts that weakened the Roman Empire's borders. The Huns' incursions into Roman territory, particularly during the reign of Attila, resulted in significant territorial losses for the empire and strained its resources. Moreover, the Huns' expansion triggered a domino effect among neighboring tribes, leading to their own migrations into Roman lands. This movement of peoples contributed to the broader migration period, a time characterized by significant upheaval and transformation across Europe. The Huns not only altered the geopolitical landscape, but also influenced the cultural exchanges that occurred as different tribes interacted in the wake of their expansion. The Huns didn't fight like the armies of Rome, the disciplined legions that marched in perfect unison. No, the Huns were like a swarm, chaotic, unpredictable, and deadly. Their primary weapon was speed. Their mounted archers could strike from the distance, unleashing waves of arrows before disappearing into the wilderness, only to strike again when their enemies were most vulnerable. This was the art of Hun warfare, and it left entire armies shattered in its wake. No fortress seemed impregnable to them. No army was too strong. The Huns crushed everything in their path, carving a bloody trail westward, and their ambitions grew as they tasted victory after victory. Peter Heather notes, the Huns' military success was largely due to their exceptional horsemanship and the use of the composite bow, which allowed for highly mobile and devastating attacks. Christopher Kelly further states, Hunnic tactics relied on speed and surprise, often employing feigned retreats to lure enemies into ambushes, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of psychological warfare. E.A. Thompson, the Huns' ability to adapt siege techniques, possibly learned from their encounters with the Romans, enabled them to assault fortified cities effectively, expanding their reach beyond open battlefields. In summary, the Huns' migration from Asia into Eastern Europe was driven by a combination of environmental challenges and conflicts with other groups. Their expansion had a lasting impact on the Roman Empire and neighboring tribes, reshaping the course of European history. As we continue to explore the Huns' legacy, it becomes clear that their movements were not just about conquest, but also about the complex interplay of cultures and societies during a transformative era. When discussing the Huns, one name stands out above all others, Attila the Hun. Reigning from 434 to 453 AD, Attila is often regarded as the most famous and feared leader of the Huns. His reputation as a ruthless warrior and cunning strategist has left an indelible mark on history, shaping the perception of the Huns as a formidable force that challenged the might of the Roman Empire. After that, on the 20th of June, 451 AD, the world watched as the greatest powers of the age clashed on the Catalonian plains. On one side stood the Huns, led by Attila, their armies sweeping across Europe like a tidal wave of destruction. On the other, a fragile alliance of Roman legions under the command of Flavius Aetius and Visigothic, Franks, Burgundian warriors under their kings, brought together by the looming threat of annihilation. The battle that followed would go down in history as one of the bloodiest and most decisive confrontations of the ancient world. As the sun set over the blood-soaked plains, it became clear that Attila had met his match. Though neither side emerged as a clear victor, the Huns had been stopped. Attila's armies, battered and bruised, retreated from the battlefield. It was a blow to his ambition, a reminder that even the mightiest can fall. The Battle of the Catalonian Plains had not only saved Western Europe from immediate destruction, it had shown that Attila, the scourge of God, was not invincible. Attila died shortly after that in 453, and his legacy is complex and multifaceted. To many in the Roman world, he was seen as the scourge of God, a title that reflected both fear and reverence. His campaigns left a lasting impression on the collective memory of Europe, shaping the narrative of the Huns as barbaric invaders. Peter Heather writes, Attila's leadership transformed the Huns from a loose confederation into a formidable empire that challenged the very foundations of the Roman world. Christopher Kelly adds, Attila's reign was marked by both ruthless military campaigns and shrewd diplomacy, securing his position as one of history's most enigmatic and influential figures. E. A. Thompson concludes, under Attila's command, the Huns executed a series of invasions that not only plundered vast territories but also exposed the vulnerabilities of the Roman Empire. Attila's leadership not only exemplified the military prowess of the Huns, but also facilitated interactions between different cultures, leading to exchanges that would influence the development of medieval Europe. In conclusion, Attila the Hun stands as a towering figure in the history of the Huns, embodying their military strength and strategic brilliance. His campaigns against the Roman Empire reshaped the geopolitical landscape of the time, while his legacy continues to evoke fascination and fear. Understanding Attila's role provides valuable insights into the complexities of Hunnic society and the broader historical context of the late antiquity period. As we explore the Huns further, it becomes clear that their story is not just one of conquest, but also of cultural exchange and transformation. As we conclude our exploration of the Huns, we encourage you to reflect on their lasting impact on European history. Their story is a reminder of the complexities of cultural interactions and the ever-changing nature of power dynamics. The arrival of the Huns in Eastern Europe was a seismic event that reshaped the ancient world. Their swift and devastating campaigns displaced numerous peoples, setting entire nations into motion. Among those most affected were the Goths. The Gothic tribes, long neighbours and occasional adversaries of Rome, now found themselves in a desperate position. Pressed by the Huns, they faced a stark choice: resist the advancing nomads or seek refuge within the borders of the Roman Empire. This clash of empires and cultures would thrust the Goths into the heart of Roman politics and warfare, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their history, one defined by survival, adaptation, and eventual triumph in the shadows of a crumbling Roman world. As we shift focus back to the Goths, their story unfolds in the face of unprecedented challenges and remarkable transformations. Before migrating southward toward the Roman Empire, Goths were a Germanic people who likely originated near the Baltic Sea. Over time, they divided into two major groups: the Visigoths, or Western Goths, and the Ostrogoths, or Eastern Goths. The most famous Visigothic king was Alaric, remembered for his dramatic sack of Rome in AD 410, what was one of the most turning points in Roman history. The Ostrogoths, under the leadership of Theodoric the Great, would go on to establish a powerful kingdom in Italy, blending Roman traditions with their own. In the next chapter, we'll first explore the history of the Visigoths, focusing on King Alaric and his pivotal role in the decline of the Western Roman Empire. Then we'll delve into the story of the Ostrogoths and their remarkable leader, Theodoric the Great. Born around 370 AD on Puce Island in the Danube Delta, Alaric was no ordinary child. His people, the Visigoths, had long been on the move, fleeing the relentless pressure of the Huns. The Visigoths were not just warriors, they were a people seeking a homeland, a future. The Visigoths, led by their king Fritigernus, sought asylum within the borders of the Roman Empire. In 376 AD, they were allowed to settle in Thrace as federati, Roman allies, who would provide military service in exchange for land and protection. But the Romans failed to honor their promises. Famine and mistreatment led to unrest, setting the stage for a historic clash between the Goths and Rome. Peter Heather, a renowned historian specializing in late antiquity, writes, Alaric, born around 370 AD on Puce Island in the Danube Delta, was a member of the Balti dynasty, a noble lineage among the Turingi Goths. Michael Kulikowski, A prominent scholar in Roman and barbarian history notes the Gothic migration across the Danube in 376 AD, prompted by Hunnic pressure, led to tensions with Roman authorities, culminating in the catastrophic Battle of Adrianople in 378. Guy Halsall is an expert in early medieval history and barbarian migrations. He brings a critical perspective to the study of the Roman West. He observes the mismanagement of Gothic refugees by Roman officials, including exploitation and broken promises, directly contributed to the uprising that resulted in the Battle of Adrianople. Visigoths, led by Fritigernus, in a battle that would shake the empire to its core. The Romans, confident in their numbers and power, underestimated the Gothic cavalry. The legions were surrounded, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the Gothic charge. In the chaos, Emperor Valens was killed, and 2/3 of the Roman army was annihilated. For Rome, it was a disaster. For the Visigoths, it was a triumph. The defeat of Valens at Adrianople was catastrophic for Rome, resulting in significant losses. Estimates suggest over 10,000 Roman soldiers died, including Valens himself. This battle marked a turning point for the Goths and solidified their position as a formidable force against Rome. The victory inspired Alaric and other Gothic leaders, fostering ambitions for greater autonomy and territorial control within the empire. This defeat marked a pivotal moment in military history, demonstrating that heavy cavalry could decisively overcome traditional Roman infantry tactics. It signaled a shift in military dominance from Rome to barbarian forces, particularly the Goths. The death of Emperor Valens created a power vacuum in the Eastern Roman Empire. His demise led to instability and necessitated the rise of his successor, Theodosius I, who would later stabilize the empire by negotiating peace with the Goths. Following their victory, the Goths rampaged across the Balkans, pillaging Roman territories and increasing their numbers through defection from enslaved Goths within the empire. This period of unrest laid the groundwork for future invasions and conflicts with other barbarian groups. The defeat at Adrianople exposed significant weaknesses in Roman military organization and strategy. In response, Theodosius I adapted by incorporating more cavalry into his forces and relying on barbarian mercenaries, indicating a shift in military tactics that acknowledged the changing nature of warfare. While the Eastern Roman Empire would continue to exist for over a millennium after Adrianople, this battle is often viewed as a precursor to the eventual decline of the Western Roman Empire. The loss emboldened barbarian groups and set off a chain reaction of invasions that culminated in events like the sack of Rome by Alaric in 410 AD. Peter Heather writes, "The defeat at Adrianople was a catastrophic blow to the Roman Empire, leading to the loss of a significant portion of its army and the death of Emperor Valens, which in turn exposed the empire to further barbarian invasions." Averil Cameron is an eminent scholar in late Roman and Byzantine history. She has written extensively on the transition from the classical to the medieval world. She notes, "The Battle of Adrianople marked a turning point in Roman military history, highlighting the vulnerability of the Roman legions and leading to significant changes in military tactics and the increased reliance on barbarian troops." Michael Kulikowski observes, "The aftermath of Adrianople saw the Goths settling within the empire's borders, a development that challenged Roman authority and foreshadowed the eventual fragmentation of the Western Roman Empire." Brian Ward Perkins, a historian of late antiquity and early medieval Europe, examines the decline of the Roman Empire and its societal impacts. He states, "The disaster at Adrianople undermined the Roman Empire's ability to defend its frontiers, leading to a series of events that contributed to the decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire." Despite the bitterness of Adrianople, the Visigoths remained tied to Rome, and Alaric's military prowess did not go unnoticed. He rose to become a trusted leader in the Roman army, serving as a foederati commander under Emperor Theodosius the Great. Theodosius needed the Visigoths to help secure his fractured empire. Alaric fought in Theodosius's campaigns against the Franks, as well as in the battles to reunify the eastern and western halves of the empire. He participated in campaigns against various enemies of Rome, including the usurper Eugenius. Notably, he played a role in the Battle of Frigidus in 394 AD, where he led Gothic troops that helped Emperor Theodosius defeat Eugenius's forces. It was only after that battle that Christianity became the state religion in Rome. After that, Alaric demanded annual payments of gold and grain as well as military recognition within the Roman hierarchy. However, these requests were repeatedly denied by Emperor Honorius and his advisors, leading to increasing frustration among the Goths. The execution of Flavius Stilicho, a powerful general who had been an ally to Alaric, in 408 CE, created a power vacuum and intensified anti-barbarian sentiments within Rome. This led to further deterioration of relations between the Visigoths and the Roman authorities. Alaric laid siege to Rome multiple times between 408 and 410 AD. During these sieges, he attempted to negotiate terms with Honorius, but was consistently rebuffed. In 409 CE, Alaric briefly lifted his siege after proclaiming Attalus as a puppet emperor, hoping to leverage this new political situation to gain concessions from Honorius. By 410 AD, after negotiations failed once again, Alaric prepared for a final assault on Rome. On August 24th, he received assistance from sympathizers within the city who opened the Salarian Gate, allowing his forces to enter. Once inside, Alaric and his troops embarked on a 3-day spree of plunder. They looted wealthy homes and public buildings while sparing Christian churches like St. Peter's and St. Paul's. Despite the violence associated with such an event, reports indicate that Alaric's forces treated ordinary citizens relatively humanely compared to later sackings of cities. Historical accounts suggest that Alaric's forces seized vast amounts of treasure during the sack, including gold, silver, silk tunics, and other valuables. The plunder was significant enough that it left an indelible mark on Roman society and symbolized the decline of Roman power. After sacking Rome, Alaric aimed to move southward into North Africa but fell ill and died shortly thereafter in 410 AD. His death led to further migrations of the Visigoths into Gaul and eventually Spain. The sack of Rome had profound implications for the Western Roman Empire. It highlighted the empire's vulnerability and marked a significant shift in power dynamics within Europe. It also inspired future generations regarding themes of moral decay and decline associated with imperial power, as reflected in works like Augustine's City of God. Peter Heather writes, "The sack of Rome in 410 by Alaric and his Visigoths was a pivotal event that symbolized the declining power of the Western Roman Empire and highlighted the shifting dynamics between Rome and the barbarian tribes." Brian Ward Perkins writes, "The capture and plundering of Rome in 410 AD by the Visigoths under Alaric marked a significant psychological blow to the Roman world, challenging the invincibility of the Eternal City." Adrian Goldsworthy concludes, "Alaric's sack of Rome in 410 was not just a military conquest, but also a profound cultural shock, as the city had stood unbreached for over 8 centuries, symbolizing the heart of the Roman Empire." After the sack of Rome, Alaric's journey ended in death, but the Visigoths' story was just beginning. His death led to a power vacuum within the Visigothic leadership, but his successors, particularly Athalf, Alaric's brother-in-law, continued to pursue the goals of establishing a stable kingdom. Athalf sought to solidify Visigothic power by marrying Galla Placidia, the sister of Emperor Honorius, which aimed to create a diplomatic alliance with Rome and regain territories lost to other barbarian groups like the Vandals and Alans. In 418 CE, under King Wallia, the Visigoths were granted land in Gallia Aquitania by Emperor Honorius as federati, allied peoples. This territory served as a base for further expansion into Hispania. The Visigoths gradually consolidated their power, defeating local Roman forces and other barbarian tribes. By around 500 CE, they had established control over much of Hispania and parts of southern Gaul, with their capital at Toulouse. By 507 AD, the Visigoths had lost most of their territories in Gaul after they were defeated by Frankish king Clovis I at the Battle of Vouillers in 507. They retained control of Spain, making Toledo their capital. Historian Roger Collins notes, the Visigothic kingdom in Spain emerged as the Visigoths, initially settled in Gaul, expanded their territory into the Iberian Peninsula following their defeat by the Franks at the Battle of Vouillers in 507 AD. E.A. Thompson adds, after the fall of the Roman Empire, the Visigoths established their kingdom in Spain, consolidating power and integrating Roman administrative systems to govern the diverse populations of the peninsula. Peter Heather concludes, the creation of the Visigothic kingdom in Spain was a complex process involving military conquest, political negotiation, and cultural assimilation, leading to a unique fusion of Gothic and Roman traditions. The Visigoth kingdom reached its height under kings like Liudvigild, who reigned from 568 to 586 CE. His rule is marked by military conquests, political maneuvers, and attempts at religious unification. He defeated the Suebi and fought off Byzantine incursions. Liudvigild is credited with founding new cities, including Recopolis, named after his son Recared. This act not only demonstrated his power, but also contributed to urban development within the kingdom. The kingdom became a melting pot of Visigothic and Hispano-Roman cultures, with a strong legal system based on the Visigothic code. The Visigoths began to adopt Roman customs and Christianity. They established churches and synods that facilitated the integration of Roman culture into their society. The Council of Toledo in 400 AD was particularly significant in addressing issues within the church and governance. Perhaps the most lasting influence of the Visigoths came through culture. Scholars like Isidore of Seville preserved Roman knowledge while integrating it into Gothic society. His work laid the foundations for medieval Spanish thought and education. Under Isidore's influence, the kingdom thrived culturally and religiously. British historian Roger Collins writes about him, Isidore of Seville was instrumental in preserving classical knowledge during the early Middle Ages, compiling the Etymologiae, an encyclopedic work that became a cornerstone of medieval education. E.A. Thompson notes, as Archbishop of Seville, Isidore played a pivotal role in the conversion of the Visigothic kingdom from Arianism to Catholicism, significantly influencing the religious landscape of Spain. John Henderson, a distinguished historian specializing in medieval and ecclesiastical history, concludes, Isidore's efforts in standardizing the liturgy and promoting the establishment of seminaries were crucial in shaping the ecclesiastical structure of the Iberian Peninsula. Isidore of Seville, also known by his Latin name Isidorus Hispalensis, was a distinguished Hispano-Roman scholar, theologian, and archbishop who lived from around 560 until his death on April 4, 636. He is remembered as one of the last great minds of the ancient world, significantly influencing the intellectual and cultural development of early medieval Spain. Born in Cartagena to a noble family, Isidore received his early education from his elder brother Leander, a highly regarded bishop. This close family relationship deeply shaped Isidore's lifelong dedication to learning and the Christian faith. Around the year 600 CE, Isidore succeeded his brother Leander as the Archbishop of Seville. He played a central role in converting the Arian Visigoths to Chalcedonian Christianity, working in concert with Visigothic rulers to foster religious unity in a kingdom often divided between Arianism and Catholicism. Isidore was actively involved in various church councils, most notably the Councils of Toledo, which helped define church policies and strengthen the alignment between the monarchy and the church. His most renowned work, Etymologiae, is an encyclopedic collection that spans a wide range of subjects such as grammar, rhetoric, law, medicine, and theology. It became a vital resource for medieval scholars and was widely used as a reference and educational text for many centuries. Isidore was a fervent proponent of education. He promoted the establishment of schools and called for seminaries in every diocese, ensuring that the clergy received adequate instruction. His efforts aimed to preserve the remnants of classical knowledge, which were under threat during the turmoil of barbarian invasions. Thanks to his initiatives, much of ancient learning was safeguarded, earning Isidore the title the schoolmaster of the Middle Ages. His works laid the groundwork for the educational frameworks of medieval Europe. In recognition of his immense contributions to learning and scholarship, Isidore was canonized by the Catholic Church in 1598 and is honored as the patron saint of various groups, including farmers, underscoring his enduring influence in the promotion of knowledge. Isidore passed away on April 4, 636, after more than 30 years of service as an archbishop. His legacy persisted, shaping religious thought and educational practices well beyond his lifetime across medieval Europe. In conclusion, Isidore of Seville was a critical figure in the history of early medieval Spain. His scholarly achievements and dedication to education played a key role in preserving ancient knowledge while helping to bring about unity in a time of religious and cultural change. The latter years of the Visigothic kingdom were marked by significant political turmoil. Following the death of King Witiza in 710, a power struggle ensued between rival factions. Roderick, who seized the throne, faced opposition from supporters of Witiza's family, particularly Aquila, who claimed kingship in parts of the north. This division weakened the central authority and created an environment of civil war and treachery among the ruling elite. The internal conflicts led to a fragmented state where loyalty was divided among competing claimants to the throne. The historical sources indicate that there were effectively two kings at one point after Witiza's death, which further complicated governance and military response to external threats. Roger Collins emphasizes, the Visigothic kingdom was plagued by internal divisions and power struggles among the nobility, which weakened its ability to mount a unified defense against external threats. Peter Heather notes, religious tensions between Arian Christians and the Catholic majority further exacerbated the internal discord within the Visigothic kingdom, contributing to its inability to effectively resist the Muslim conquest. Jocelyn Nigel Hilgarth, distinguished historian specializing in the history of medieval Spain and the Mediterranean world, concludes, the Visigothic kingdom's decline was marked by internal strife, including frequent coups and assassinations, which destabilized the government and left it ill-prepared to face the external threat posed by the Muslim forces. The most decisive factor in the downfall was the invasion by Muslim forces from North Africa. In 711, Tariq ibn Ziyad led an army across the Strait of Gibraltar, landing at Calpe, modern Gibraltar. He swiftly defeated Roderick at the Battle of Guadalete, where many members of the Visigothic elite were killed. This defeat opened the way for further Muslim advances into Hispania. Following their victory at Guadalete, Muslim forces quickly advanced through much of the Iberian Peninsula with little organized resistance from the fragmented Visigothic forces. By 712, most of Hispania was under Muslim control, with only small regions remaining free. The combination of civil strife and external invasion led to a rapid collapse of central authority in the Visigothic kingdom. The internal divisions made it difficult for the Visigoths to mount an effective defense against the Muslim incursions. Once Roderick was defeated and key leaders were lost, there was little left to organize resistance. In the aftermath of their defeat, remnants of Visigothic nobility began to organize resistance movements in northern regions, leading to the eventual establishment of the Kingdom of Asturias under Pelayo. This marked the beginning of what would become known as the Reconquista, a centuries-long effort to reclaim territory from Muslim rule. Roger Collins notes, the Muslim conquest of 711 led to the swift collapse of the Visigothic kingdom, resulting in the establishment of Al-Andalus and a profound transformation of the Iberian Peninsula's political and cultural landscape. Richard Fletcher was a distinguished British historian, specializing in medieval Spain and the interactions between Christian and Muslim cultures. He notes, the Islamic invasion introduced new agricultural practices, architectural styles, and scientific knowledge, significantly enriching the cultural fabric of medieval Spain. Hugh Kennedy is a renowned historian of the Islamic world, with a particular focus on early Islamic conquests and the history of Al-Andalus. He writes, the arrival of Muslim forces in 711 initiated a period of religious and cultural coexistence, known as the convivencia, where Muslims, Christians, and Jews interacted and influenced each other's traditions. As the Visigoths, under King Alaric, left their mark on the crumbling Roman Empire, their story was far from the end of the Gothic influence in history. While the Visigoths settled and forged their kingdom in the west, another powerful Gothic tribe was rising in the east, the Ostrogoths. Led by a brilliant and ambitious leader, Theodoric the Great, the Ostrogoths would soon play a defining role in what remained of the Roman Empire. Their chapter in history is just as dramatic and perhaps even more decisive in the fate of Rome. Let's explore how they reshaped the future of Europe. Theodoric was born in 454 AD in Pannonia, near the old antique city of Carnuntum, modern-day Austria. He was born in the time when Goths had thrown off nearly a century of domination by the HUNS. Remember from our video about the HUNS, Attila died in 453, and soon after that, Hun's kingdom perished. He was a son of chieftain Theodemir, Germanic Amali nobleman. Amali were the leading dynasty of the Goths and became the royal house of the Ostrogoths later in the 5th century. Theodoric was sent to Constantinople as a hostage in 461, when his father Theodemir signed a treaty with Eastern Roman Emperor Leo I. He stayed in Constantinople until 469 and received classical education, at least from a barbaric point of view. He learned to read, write, and perform arithmetic. We will soon return to his journey. Peter Heather writes about the early years of Theodoric the Great. Theodoric was born in 454 AD in Pannonia, the son of the Ostrogothic chieftain Theodemir. At a young age, he was sent as a hostage to Constantinople, where he received a Roman education that profoundly influenced his later policies. Herwig Wolfram, prominent Austrian historian, notes, as a youth, Theodoric spent a decade in Constantinople, absorbing Roman culture and military tactics, experiences that would later shape his reign over the Ostrogoths and his interactions with the Roman Empire. Patrick Amory, American historian, notes, Theodoric's early years in the Eastern Roman Empire exposed him to the complexities of Roman administration and diplomacy, equipping him with the skills necessary to navigate the intricate political landscape of his time. We briefly talked about barbaric invasions and fall of Rome in our recent videos, but as Latin proverb goes, repetitio est mater studiorum, or repetition is the mother of learning, we will quickly repeat what we already know and add some new informations about the state of Europe in that period. So to begin with, Huns have been gone since around 453 to 454 AD. Vandals have had their own kingdom in North Africa since 435. We covered them in depth in our last video. Visigoths Western cousins of Ostrogoths, established a kingdom in Iberian Peninsula and southern part of ex-Roman province Gaul, modern France. Their kingdom lasts from 418 to 711 AD, when it was destroyed by Tariq ibn Ziyad, a Muslim Berber client of Musa bin Nusayr, the governor of Islamic Africa. Franks, about whom we will talk extensively, established their kingdom under the rule of their prominent king Clovis I in northern Gaul, modern Belgium, Netherlands, France. Today's video is all about the Ostrogoths, the eastern branch of the great Gothic tribe, their leader Theodoric the Great and his kingdom. Stay with me until the end to discover the fascinating details of these significant historical events. In the north, Britain has its own Anglo-Saxon history from 410 AD on. At that year, Western Roman Empire decided to abandon the province Britannia, and soon after, Germanic tribes of Angles, Saxon and Jutes began to settle in Britain. We will cover those events in depth in the near future. In the Eastern Mediterranean, there was the Great East Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, which survived until 1453 and played a key role in European Middle Age politics until then. For the record, the name Byzantine Empire was invented by humanist historian Hieronymus Wolff in 1557, when his work Corpus Historiae Byzantina was published. People of the Eastern Roman Empire called themselves Romans until the end of the empire in 1453. Now, I owe you a story about exactly how the so-called fall of Rome happened. There are few characters important in this story. Our main protagonists are Romulus Augustulus, young boy emperor, and the other one is Odoacer, Germanic military leader in Italy. There are a few more important persons: Orestes, Romulus's father from Roman province Pannonia, with ties to the late Attila and his Huns, and Julius Nepos, Western Roman emperor from 475 to 476. For not to be too long, Orestes became Magister Militum, top Roman military leader in 475. He was appointed by Julius Nepos. After that, Orestes took control of Ravenna. Ravenna was capital of Western Empire since 402. After that, Julius Nepos had to fled to Salona, modern Split, Croatia. Orestes then elevated his son Romulus as Augustus. Romulus Augustulus was deposed by Odoacer on 4th September 476. He was sent to monastery in Ravenna. His father Orestes was not so lucky. Odoacer warriors killed him on August 28th. After that, Odoacer did not appoint a new emperor like Germanic warlords did in previous situations like that. He ruled Italy by himself, backed by the Roman Senate. He was recognizing the overlordship of the Eastern Emperor, Zeno. Regarding those events, historian Peter Heather writes, "The deposition of Romulus Augustulus by Odoacer in 476 AD is traditionally marked as the end of the Western Roman Empire, symbolizing the transition from Roman to barbarian rule in Italy." Brian Ward Perkins adds, "Odoacer's removal of Romulus Augustulus was a significant event, but it was the culmination of a prolonged period of decline rather than a sudden collapse of the Western Roman Empire." And Adrian Goldsworthy concludes, "The abdication of Romulus Augustulus in 476 AD did not cause immediate upheaval. Many aspects of Roman life continued under Odoacer's rule, indicating a more gradual transformation than a sudden fall." So now we know exactly what happened in Rome on the 4th of September 476. We should ask ourselves, what is the correct word or phrase to describe the end of the Roman Empire? Is it the fall of the Roman Empire? Is it collapse of the Roman Empire? Or is it better to use the somewhat neutral and undramatic word transformation? If we listen to Paul Friedman, professor for medieval history at Yale University, the end of the Roman Empire was not a one-day event, but a slow disintegration that lasted from around 410 to approximately 480. It was dismembered by barbarian groups. We talk about them in our videos. Their intention was not to destroy the Roman Empire, except for the HUNS. They wanted to be part of the empire to share its wealth and accomplishments. Our story about Theodoric and his Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy confirms that theory. Theodoric's father died in 471, and Theodoric became his successor, leading Goths around Balkan Peninsula to find a place to live. Goths moved to Lower Moesia, today Bulgaria, and had some internal problems with other Gothic groups, especially with a group led by chieftain Theodoric Strabo. At that time, the situation in Balkan Peninsula was chaotic, and Theodoric had to show a lot of ability to overcome all the problems that he faced. Theodoric had turbulent relations with the Eastern Roman Empire and its emperor Zeno. Zeno ruled in the Eastern Empire from 474 to 491. He gave him the title of patrician and the office of master of the soldiers, and even appointed him as consul in 484. But Theodoric was attacking Eastern Roman provinces on numerous occasions nonetheless. Huvig Wolfram writes about these interactions. Theodoric's interactions with Zeno oscillated between cooperation and rivalry. While Zeno sought to utilize Theodoric's military prowess against other threats, Theodoric's own aspirations led to strained relations, culminating in his eventual departure to Italy. Patrick Amery furthermore notes, Theodoric's tenure in the Eastern Roman Empire under Zeno was characterized by a delicate balance of mutual benefit and underlying mistrust, reflecting the intricate dynamics between barbarian leaders and Roman authority during this period. Peter Heather concludes, Theodoric's relationship with Emperor Zeno was complex, marked by periods of alliance and conflict. Initially, Zeno appointed Theodoric as Magister Militum and consul, but tensions arose due to Theodoric's ambitions and the volatile political landscape. The big change in the life of Theodoric came in 488, when he was ordered by Zeno to attack Odoacer in Italy due to very tense relations between Odoacer and the Eastern Roman Empire. The war between Theodoric and Odoacer lasted until 493. It was bloody and took a great toll on people in the Odoacer kingdom. And now it is time to tell you a story about how Odoacer life finished. As I said, it was an event worthy of Game of Thrones. It was some kind of a red wedding when Ostrogoths were unable to take Ravenna. Two leaders agreed they would rule the kingdom together. There was a feast organized to honor that on the 15th of March, 493. And on 15th March, do you know who was killed on 15th March circa 500 years earlier? Julius Caesar in 44 BCE. 15th March in the Roman Empire was the day of Ide of March, the day associated with misfortune and doom. And that day was really doomed for Caesar, and 547 years later for great Odoacer, conqueror of Rome. It is said that on the feast, Theodoric killed him with his own hands, sliced him in half, but let's leave details alone, as they are bloody as hell. Patrick Amery notes, Theodoric's slaying of Odoacer during a reconciliation banquet exemplifies the brutal realpolitik of the era, where alliances were fragile and power was often secured through treachery. Herwig Wolfram writes, Theodoric's assassination of Odoacer at a supposed peace banquet in 493 AD was a calculated move to eliminate his rival and establish Ostrogothic dominance in Italy. Peter Heather adds, after a prolonged siege of Ravenna, Theodoric invited Odoacer to a banquet under the pretense of a truce. During the feast, Theodoric personally killed Odoacer, consolidating his control over Italy. Theodoric went on to murder the dead man's wife and son and to massacre his followers remorselessly throughout northern Italy. After that, Theodoric ruled in Italy all but himself, and the stage is set for the story about the Ostrogothic kingdom, an important player in Europe at the beginning of the Middle Ages. Theodoric styled himself simply as king, or rex in Latin. Like his predecessor Odovacar, Theodoric understood the importance of recognition from the Eastern Roman emperor. Diplomatic missions seeking confirmation of his rule were dispatched to Constantinople before Theodoric had even secured full control of Italy. However, Emperor Zeno's death in 491 complicated matters, and his successor Anastasius hesitated to recognize Theodoric's authority. Thus, Theodoric's rise to kingship in Italy occurred without imperial approval. Only after extended negotiations in 498 did Anastasius finally acknowledge Theodoric's rule by returning the Ornamenta Palatii, symbolizing acceptance of Theodoric's independent reign over Italy. Regarding those matters, Peter Heather writes, in 498, Emperor Anastasius III formally acknowledged Theodoric's authority over Italy, granting him the title of patrician and legitimizing his reign in the eyes of the Eastern Roman Empire. Herwig Wolfram furthermore notes, Theodoric's position in Italy was solidified in 498 when Emperor Anastasius I recognized him as the legitimate ruler, a move that underscored the pragmatic relationship between the Austro-Gothic king and the Eastern Roman Empire. And Thomas S. Burns, a distinguished historian specializing in late antiquity, concludes, Theodoric's rule over Italy received imperial sanction in 498, when Emperor Anastasius conferred upon him the title of patrician, thereby integrating his authority within the framework of the Roman state. One of Theodoric's first challenges was finding a suitable location for his Ostrogothic followers. Rather than dispersing them widely across the Italian peninsula, he chose to settle them primarily in the north, around cities like Pavia, Ravenna, and Picenum. For 33 years, Ostrogoths and Romans coexisted relatively peacefully, despite notable cultural differences. The military remained firmly in the hands of the Ostrogoths, with Roman citizens largely excluded from army and officer roles. The Ostrogothic kingdom is often highlighted among the barbarian successor states for its uniquely Roman character. Theodoric's policies reflected a commitment to integrating the Goths into Roman political structures, striving for a unified rule over both Goths and Romans within the framework of Roman imperial traditions. As the ruler of Italy, Theodoric managed two governmental hubs, Ravenna, home to the imperial administration, and Rome, the seat of the Senate. Balancing the power and influence between these two centers required Theodoric's careful attention, a challenge faced by many of his predecessors as well. Peter Heather writes, Theodoric maintained Roman administrative structures, appointing Roman officials and preserving Roman law, which reassured the Roman population while allowing the Goths to follow their own laws and customs. Herwig Wolfram furthermore notes Theodoric's policy of religious tolerance, despite his Arian faith, was a cornerstone of his rule. He sought to integrate the Catholic majority and Gothic minority, ensuring religious coexistence in his kingdom. And Patrick Murray concludes, Theodoric's dual system of governance, blending Roman traditions with Gothic autonomy, was pivotal in creating a stable and prosperous society under his reign. Theodoric was also adept at forging alliances with other so-called barbarian kingdoms through strategic marriages, setting a precedent for the use of marriage as a political tool, a practice that would define medieval diplomacy. He arranged for his sisters and daughters to marry key rulers of the time, including the Frankish king Clovis I, who wed Theodoric's sister. Between 504 and 505, Theodoric expanded his influence in the Balkans by defeating the Gepids and acquiring Pannonia. By 523, Theodoric's kingdom reached its zenith, stretching from the Atlantic to the Danube. However, his later reign was marred by the execution of the Roman scholar Boethius, an act Theodoric came to regret. Legendary British historian Edward Gibbon wrote about this infamous act. Boethius, unjustly accused of conspiring with the Eastern Emperor, was executed under Theodoric's orders. This act alienated the Roman elite and marked a turning point in the deteriorating relationship between the Goths and their Roman subjects. Herwig Wolfram notes, Boethius's execution marked a significant moment in the history of Ostrogothic Italy. His imprisonment and death highlight the fragile balance of power between Gothic rulers and the Roman aristocracy. And Peter Heather adds, Theodoric's decision to execute Boethius in 524 was driven by political paranoia, reflecting the tense relations between the Ostrogothic court and the Roman senatorial elite. The charges of treason were likely exaggerated, aimed at consolidating Theodoric's authority. Theodoric died in August 526 and was laid to rest in a grand tomb in Ravenna, which still stands today. He was succeeded by his grandson Athalaric, the son of his daughter Amalasuntha. Boethius and Cassiodorus are two key figures in the preservations of classical learning from antique to the Middle Ages. Boethius, born in Rome in 480 into a wealthy patrician family, was probably one of the last persons in the West who knew Greek. For sure, he was the last person who tried to make Greek knowledge known to people who could only read in Latin. His goal was to translate all of Plato and Aristotle into Latin. His project was never completed because he was accused by Theodoric of conspiring with the Byzantine Empire to overthrow him. Before he was executed, aged 44, in 524, he was imprisoned for a year, and during that time he wrote his most important work, one of magnificent works of philosophy named Consolation of Philosophy. Cassiodorus, on the other side, lived to be 90. Cassiodorus was more oriented towards Latin learning. He was a religious figure like Boethius. Boethius wrote on Christian topics, but the Consolation of Philosophy was stoical work and has very little explicitly about Christianity. On the other side is one of the most important achievements of Cassiodorus, his idea that monks should copy manuscripts, according to Professor Paul Friedman from Yale. Cassiodorus thought that places where antique knowledge and culture should be preserved are monasteries. The praxis was then widely spread through Europe during the entire Middle Ages, although until the time of Cassiodorus monasteries were anti-intellectual institutions where you pray and you don't spend a lot of time reading, let alone copying, let alone thinking. The fate of Boethius showed the sort of duality of the barbarian patronage of culture. On the one hand, Theodoric tried to be as civilized as possible. He tried to unite late Roman and barbarian Ostrogothic ideology. On the other hand, he executed Boethius, which of course is not only barbarian praxis. We all know fate of great Seneca, who was forced to commit suicide by Emperor Nero. So, the fate of the intellectuals in the Roman Empire is not necessarily so much better than the fate of intellectuals in barbarian kingdoms. The difference is that there were very few intellectuals in barbarian kingdoms. To conclude this chapter, we can easily state that Boethius and Cassiodorus are two of the smartest people of the 6th century, judging by what they wrote. Like Isidore of Seville is one of the smartest men of the 7th century, and Bede and Alcuin are the same in the 8th century. So the fact that both worked in the Ostrogothic kingdom underlines the fact of its importance for the early Middle Ages history. Peter Brown, a renowned historian specializing in late antiquity and the early medieval period, writes, Boethius and Cassiodorus, both serving under Theodoric the Great, exemplified the fusion of Roman intellectual tradition with the administrative needs of the Ostrogothic kingdom. James O'Donnell, another prominent scholar in classical studies and medieval history, furthermore notes, while Boethius sought to preserve classical philosophy through his writings, Cassiodorus aimed to integrate Christian teachings with Roman educational practices, laying the groundwork for medieval scholarship. And Edward Arthur Thompson concludes, the contrasting careers of Boethius and Cassiodorus highlight the complexities of Roman Gothic relations, with Boethius's tragic end underscoring the perils of political engagement, whereas Cassiodorus's retreat to monastic life reflects a shift towards ecclesiastical scholarship. Following Theodoric's death on 30 August 526, his accomplishments swiftly began to unravel. With Eutharic having passed away in 523, Theodoric was succeeded by his young grandson Athalaric, under the regency of his mother Amalasuntha. The absence of a strong and capable successor led to the gradual collapse of the intricate alliances that had held the Ostrogothic state together. Amalasuntha's regency was marked by turmoil, and after a series of conspiracies and the death of her son Athalaric in 534, she was executed in early May 535. Her downfall provided Eastern Roman Emperor Justinian, fresh from his victory in the Vandalic Wars, as discussed in our previous video on the Vandals, with a convenient pretext to intervene in Italy and dismantle the Ostrogothic kingdom. Thus began the Gothic War, which raged from 535 to 554 across Italy, Dalmatia, Sardinia, Sicily, and Corsica. The war stemmed from Justinian's broader goal of reclaiming the provinces of the former Western Roman Empire, lost to barbarian incursions during the migration period. By the war's end, Italy lay in ruins, its population drastically reduced. This devastation left the Byzantine victors too weakened to fend off the Lombard invasion of 568, which led to the loss of much of the Italian peninsula. A renowned British historian of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, John Bagnell Berry was a leading scholar of Byzantine and Roman history. He wrote about Gothic wars. The Gothic War, initiated by Justinian I in 535, aimed to reclaim Italy from Ostrogothic control, leading to prolonged and devastating conflicts that significantly weakened both the Byzantine Empire and the Italian peninsula. John Moorhead, an expert in early medieval history, adds, "The Gothic War's extensive campaigns and sieges resulted in widespread destruction and depopulation in Italy, undermining the region's economic and social structures for centuries." And Peter Heather concludes, "The protracted Gothic War not only drained the resources of the Byzantine Empire, but also left Italy vulnerable to subsequent invasions, notably by the Lombards, altering the region's political landscape." So there we have it, from the rise of the Visigoths, led by King Alaric, who shook the very foundations of ancient Rome in 410 AD, to the rise of the Ostrogoths under the rule of Theodoric the Great, who carved out his own legacy in the ruins of the Roman Empire. These moments were more than just the fall of a city or the displacement of emperors. They were the beginning of a new era in the history of Europe. Through ambition, survival, and resilience, the Goths played a pivotal role in shaping the world as we know it today. Their story is a reminder that history is never just about the rise and fall of empires. It's about the people, their struggles, and their vision for the future. In the shadows of history, one kingdom rose from the ashes of chaos and ultimately crumbled in ruin. This is the story of the Vandal Kingdom, its rise to power, its reign of terror, and its tragic fall. But how did a once obscure people from the fringes of Germania rise to challenge the mighty Roman Empire? What drove them to sack the Eternal City itself? And why did their kingdom collapse so quickly after reaching its zenith? In this video, we'll track the Vandals from their origins in Northern Europe to their conquest of Carthage and their notorious sack of Rome. We'll explore how they ruled the Mediterranean and what led to their rapid downfall, uncovering the truth behind their lasting legacy. The story of the Vandals begins long before their rise to power in North Africa. Their origins lie far to the north, in the dark forests and rugged landscapes of what is now southern Poland, where they settled in Silesia from around 120 BC. They are associated with so-called Przeworsk culture. The earliest known reference to the Vandals comes from the Roman savant Pliny the Elder. In his Natural History, Pliny wrote of a people he called the Vandalii, grouping them with other Germanic tribes such as the Burgundians and the Goths. Yet even Pliny, with his vast knowledge, could not have foreseen the path this mysterious tribe would take. The Vandals were part of a larger group of East Germanic peoples, likely associated with the Lugi, another powerful tribe mentioned by Roman historians. They were originally settled between the Oder and Vistula rivers in what is now modern-day Poland. But like so many other groups in this tumultuous period, the Vandals were on the move, driven by a complex web of pressures, including conflict with neighboring tribes and the encroaching threat of the Huns from the east. Walter Pohl, a prominent Austrian historian specializing in the study of early medieval European history, writes about the Vandals. The Vandals likely originated from the regions around the Oder and Vistula rivers, migrating southward into Roman territories during the early centuries AD. Roland Steinacker, an Austrian historian and scholar, adds, "The early history of the Vandals is complex, with evidence suggesting their origins in Central Europe before their movements into the Roman Empire." In the 2nd century BC, the Vandals began migrating southward, expanding their influence into Dacia and Pannonia. By the time of the Roman Empire, they were well established along the Danube frontier. However, their fortunes changed dramatically in the early 5th century, when they became swept up in the great migrations that would reshape the face of Europe. In 406 AD, during one of the harshest winters on record, the Vandals, along with the Alans and the Suebi, crossed the frozen Rhine River into Roman Gaul. Peter Heather writes about that event. On the last day of 406, a coalition of Vandals, Suebi and Alans crossed the frozen Rhine, exploiting the weakened Roman defences, and initiated a series of incursions into Gaul. Guy Halsall furthermore adds, "The Rhine crossing in 406 by these groups marked a significant breach in the Roman frontier, leading to widespread disruption and the eventual establishment of barbarian kingdoms within the empire's territories." And Michael Kulikowski concludes, "The mass crossing of the Rhine by Vandals, Suebi and Alans in 406 was a pivotal event that contributed to the fragmentation of Roman authority in the western provinces." The Roman Empire, already crumbling under internal strife and external threats, was unable to stop the wave of devastation that followed. For years, the Vandals moved across Gaul, plundering towns and cities, leaving devastation in their wake. Feared by many, admired by a few for their tenacity and ambition, the Vandals proved to be more than just raiders. They were searching for a home, and they would not rest until they found one. Journey would eventually lead them to the Iberian Peninsula, where they settled for a time. But conflict with the Visigoths, who were operating under Roman orders, forced the Vandals to seek new opportunities elsewhere. And so, under the leadership of their most famous king, Genseric, they set their sights on North Africa. In 429 AD, the Vandals crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and began their invasion of Roman North Africa. It is said that the Roman military commander Bonifacius, embroiled in a power struggle with the empire, may have even invited the Vandals to assist him. If that was indeed the case, Bonifacius severely underestimated his new allies. Jeroen Wijnendaele, a historian specializing in late antiquity, writes, "Bonifacius, the Roman governor of Africa, initially resisted the Vandal incursion but was ultimately defeated, leading to the establishment of the Vandal kingdom in North Africa." But there are some other opinions about the role of Bonifacius in those events, painting a more complex picture of his role. Peter Heather notes, "The Vandal crossing to North Africa in 429 was facilitated by the internal Roman conflict involving Bonifacius, whose rebellion against imperial authority inadvertently weakened the region's defences." And Arnold Hugh Martin Jones, prominent mid-20th century historian, concludes, "Bonifacius's complex relationship with the Roman court and his subsequent actions played a significant role in the Vandal conquest of North Africa, highlighting the internal divisions within the late Roman Empire. Genseric, a cunning and ruthless leader, quickly seized control of much of North Africa, including the vital city of Carthage in 439 AD. With the capture of this crucial trading hub, the Vandals transformed from a nomadic tribe into rulers of one of the most fertile and wealthy regions of the ancient world. Though the Vandals are often remembered as destroyers, the truth is far more complex. Their kingdom in North Africa was a melting pot of cultures, reflecting the influences of the many peoples they had encountered on their journey: Romans, Berbers, Alans, and even Visigoths. The Vandals adopted many elements of Roman culture, including their language. Latin remained the official language of the Vandal administration, and many Roman customs were maintained. Yet, the Vandals also brought their own distinct identity to the region. They were followers of Arian Christianity, a branch of Christianity that was considered heretical by the Roman Catholic Church. This religious difference would prove to be a source of tension in the kingdom, as the predominantly Catholic Roman population often found itself at odds with their Vandal rulers. However, the Vandals were not simply invaders imposing their will on the people. Under Genseric, they managed to create a stable, functioning state, albeit one that was constantly at odds with the rest of the Roman world. Andrew H. Merrills, a historian specializing in late antiquity and the early medieval period, notes, the Vandals maintained a complex relationship with the indigenous Berber tribes, oscillating between military confrontation and strategic alliances to consolidate their control over North Africa. Peter Heather adds, in their North African kingdom, the Vandals implemented policies that marginalized the Roman Catholic majority, favoring their own Arian Christian practices, which led to religious tensions and societal divisions. And Walter A. Goffart examines the roles of various barbarian groups, including the Vandals, concludes, the Vandal administration in North Africa was characterized by the appropriation of land from Roman landowners, redistributing it to their followers, which disrupted the existing social and economic structures. The Vandals also adopted naval warfare as a central part of their strategy. With Carthage as their base, they launched devastating raids across the Mediterranean, targeting the coasts of Italy, Spain, and even Greece. Their most infamous act came in 455 AD, when they sacked the city of Rome itself. The world was shocked, not just by the attack, but by the methodical and relatively bloodless nature of the sack. Unlike the Visigoths, who had ravaged the city 45 years earlier, the Vandals were careful to preserve much of Rome's wealth, though they did carry off countless treasures and captives. Among the leaders of the Vandals, one name stands above the rest: Genseric, also known as Gaiseric. In the pantheon of barbarian kings who threatened Rome, Genseric stands as one of the most brilliant and cunning. His rise to power marked the beginning of the Vandal kingdom's golden age. Genseric was not born to be king. He was the illegitimate son of the Vandal king Gunderic, but fate had other plans for him. When Gunderic died in 428 AD, Genseric took the throne, and the course of Vandal history shifted forever. Under his reign, the Vandals transformed from a wandering people into a feared kingdom. Genseric was more than just a king. He was a strategist. He knew that for the Vandals to survive, they couldn't stay in Iberia, where they were vulnerable to Roman and Visigothic forces. He set his sights on North Africa, a region that, if conquered, would provide the Vandals with a fertile land, rich in resources and a foothold in the Mediterranean. In 429 AD, Genseric led his people across the Strait of Gibraltar into Roman North Africa. With him, he brought an army of 15,000 to 20,000 men, battle-hardened warriors ready to stake their claim in a new land. The Roman Empire, distracted by internal strife, was unprepared for what was to come. Andrew H. Merrills writes, Gaiseric's sack of Rome in 455 was a calculated move that exploited the political instability of the Western Roman Empire, allowing the Vandals to assert their dominance in the Mediterranean. Peter Heather notes, the sack of Rome by Gaisaric's Vandals in 455 was not merely a plundering expedition, but a strategic act that demonstrated the shifting power dynamics between the Roman Empire and Barbarian Kingdoms. And Walter A. Goffert adds, Gaisaric's leadership during the sack of Rome in 455 showcased his ability to capitalize on the internal divisions of the Roman Empire, marking a significant moment in the decline of Roman authority. Gaisaric's iron rule had held the Vandal state together, but his successors lacked his strategic genius and firm grip on power. The law of succession Genseric had implemented, where the eldest male of the royal family inherited the throne, prevented fragmentation but created fierce rivalries within the Vandal nobility. These power struggles often spilled over into court politics, eroding the strength of the monarchy. Religious tension also contributed significantly to the kingdom's fragility. The Vandals were staunch Arian Christians, a branch of Christianity that Roman Catholics considered heretical. Their persecution of Catholic subjects deepened the divide between the Vandal rulers and the local Roman population, creating resentment and unrest. Many of the Catholic inhabitants of North Africa viewed the Vandals as oppressive overlords, making it difficult for the Vandal kings to maintain a loyal and cohesive society. The refusal to reconcile with the Catholic majority left the kingdom vulnerable to internal dissent and external manipulation. But the most significant factor that led to the Vandals' downfall was the external threat from the Byzantine Empire. While the Western Roman Empire had crumbled, the Eastern Roman Empire, centered in Constantinople, was growing stronger under the leadership of Emperor Justinian I. Justinian harbored grand ambitions of restoring the Roman Empire to its former glory, and reclaiming North Africa was one of his primary objectives. For the Vandals, this would prove to be the final blow. Peter Heather writes about those events. The Vandalic War of 533 to 534 marked a pivotal confrontation between the Byzantine Empire and the Vandal Kingdom, leading to the reintegration of North Africa into the Eastern Roman Empire. Andrew H. Merrills furthermore adds the Byzantine campaign against the Vandals, led by General Belisarius, was a swift and decisive operation that resulted in the collapse of Vandal rule in North Africa. And Walter A. Goffert concludes, the Byzantine-Vandal conflict exemplified the empire's strategy to reclaim former territories, showcasing the military prowess of Belisarius and the strategic vision of Emperor Justinian I. Cohesion that had once made them formidable. At the time, Vandal King Gelimer, the last of the Vandal kings, was dealing with his own internal problems. A rebellion in Sardinia had drawn much of his military forces away from North Africa, leaving his kingdom vulnerable. Belisarius capitalized on this opportunity, landing his forces near Carthage without facing significant resistance. In September 533, Belisarius won a decisive victory at the Battle of Ad Decimum, just outside Carthage. The Vandals initially had the upper hand, but the sudden death of Gelimer's brother in battle threw the Vandal forces into disarray. Gelimer, overwhelmed by grief and panic, fled the battlefield, leaving his army leaderless and vulnerable. With Carthage now wide open, Belisarius entered the city without a fight. It was the beginning of the end. A few months later, in December 533, the Byzantines and Vandals clashed again at the Battle of Tricamarum. This time, the Vandals were soundly defeated. Gelimer's forces, already demoralized, could not withstand the Byzantine onslaught. Gelimer fled into the mountains, and by 534, he surrendered to Belisarius, bringing an end to the Vandal kingdom. In a matter of months, the kingdom that had ruled over North Africa for nearly a century was no more. The Vandals' dream of an empire in the Mediterranean had come to a swift and bitter end. Fall of the Vandal kingdom was the result of a perfect storm: internal divisions, religious strife, and the relentless pressure of a resurgent Byzantine empire. But while their kingdom may have crumbled, their legacy endures. The Vandals' story is one of both triumph and tragedy, of power won and lost. In the end, they were more than the Vandals of history. They were a people who carved out a place for themselves in a chaotic world, leaving a legacy that, for better or worse, continues to shape our understanding of the ancient world. The collapse of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century AD marked one of the most transformative periods in European history. As Roman authority crumbled, the vacuum it left behind was filled by a multitude of groups, some familiar, others obscure. This era of upheaval and adaptation is what historians call late antiquity, a time when old institutions fell and new kingdoms rose from the wreckage of empire. In earlier chapters of this series, we explored the dramatic stories of peoples who reshaped the map of Europe. We followed the Goths, who carved out powerful kingdoms in Italy and Spain. We traced the Vandals' remarkable journey from Central Europe to North Africa, where they briefly ruled as masters of the Mediterranean. We saw how the Huns terrorized both Romans and barbarians alike, creating a whirlwind of destruction under Attila, and how the Lombards forged a lasting kingdom in Italy. Each of these groups left its mark on history, blending their identities with Roman culture to create the foundations of medieval Europe. But there is another kingdom, often overshadowed by its more famous contemporaries, whose story deserves to be told: the Burgundians. The Burgundians were a Germanic people who rose to prominence during the chaotic years of Rome's decline. Unlike the Goths or Vandals, they did not embark on large-scale conquests or dominate vast territories. Yet their journey, from early migrations to the establishment of 2 successive kingdoms, provides a fascinating glimpse into the challenges and opportunities faced by smaller tribes navigating the collapse of empire. In their first kingdom, centered near Worms on the Rhine, the Burgundians attempted to carve out a place for themselves on the Roman frontier. But this bold endeavor ended in disaster, forcing the survivors to resettle far to the south, in the Alpine region of Sapordia. It was here, in the shadow of the Alps, that the Burgundians established a more enduring kingdom, blending Germanic traditions with Roman culture. Their history is a tale of survival, adaptation, and eventual assimilation. Though their kingdom ultimately fell to the Franks, the Burgundians' legacy endures in lore, literature, and legend. From their legal code to their role in the epic Nibelungenlied, the Burgundians have left an indelible mark on European culture. In this chapter, we will uncover the story of the Burgundians, their origins, their rise and fall, and their lasting contributions to the medieval world. To understand their journey is to understand another piece of the intricate mosaic that is late antiquity. As always, we will provide you with some additional sources, books from prominent historians, so that you can go even deeper with your studies of European history in late antiquity or early Middle Ages. Peter Heather, who are we already very familiar with, discusses the Burgundians' migration and settlement. The Burgundians, originally from the Baltic island of Bornholm, migrated southwards, eventually establishing a kingdom in the Roman province of Gaul. Guy Halsall was with us when we talked about the Vandals. In Barbarian Migrations and the Roman West, 376 to 568, Halsall examines the movements of barbarian groups like the Burgundians and their impact on the Roman Empire's decline and the formation of new kingdoms. He notes, the Burgundians were among the Germanic tribes that moved into Roman territories, forming a kingdom in the region that would become modern-day Burgundy. Walter Goffart, prominent medieval historian from universities of Toronto and Yale, challenges traditional narratives of barbarian invasions, highlighting how groups like the Burgundians were integrated into Roman society and politics. In Barbarian Tides, the Migration Age and the later Roman Empire, Goffart observes, the Burgundians, like other barbarian groups, were settled within the Roman Empire as federates, playing a role in the empire's defense and administration. Ian N. Wood, in his work, The Burgundians, published by the Boydell Press in 2010, offers a comprehensive history of the Burgundians, covering their origins, migrations, and the political and cultural dynamics of their kingdoms. Wood states, the Burgundians established two successive kingdoms, the first near Worms, which was destroyed by the Huns, and the second in Sapaudia, where they integrated Roman administrative practices. Patrick J. Geary is an American medievalist. He is a professor emeritus of Western medieval history at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. He examines the integration of groups like the Burgundians into the Merovingian world, emphasizing their influence on the development of medieval political structures. In his book, Before France and Germany, The Creation and Transformation of the Merovingian World, Geary mentions the Burgundians' legal code, the Lex Burgundionum, reflects a synthesis of Roman and Germanic legal traditions, indicative of their role in the transformation of the Roman world. The story of the Burgundians begins far from the heart of the Roman Empire, in the forests and waterways of northern Europe. According to later medieval sources, such as the historian Jordanes, the Burgundians originated from the island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea. Known in Latin as Burgundibus, Bornholm's association with the Burgundians may reflect the tribe's deep-rooted ties to the wider Germanic world. While this account is steeped in legend, archaeological and linguistic evidence suggests that the Burgundians, like many Germanic tribes, were part of a vast network of peoples who inhabited the lands around the Oder and Vistula rivers. These areas were cultural melting pots where trade, migration, and warfare shaped the identities of early Germanic groups. By the late 3rd century AD, the Burgundians began migrating southward. This movement was not random, it was driven by complex factors. Changing climate conditions may have disrupted traditional agricultural practices in the north. Simultaneously, pressure from other migrating tribes, including the Goths and Vandals, likely pushed the Burgundians toward new opportunities in the Roman Empire's frontier zones. By the 4th century, the Burgundians had settled along the Middle Rhine River near the Roman province of Germania Prima. This region placed them at the edge of the Roman Empire, a strategic but precarious position. For the Romans, the Burgundians were both a threat and a resource. Like other tribes, they were gradually integrated into the Roman system as federati, federated allies who provided military support in exchange for land and resources. The Burgundians adapted to this role, serving as auxiliaries in the Roman military. They also benefited from trade, gaining access to Roman goods such as weapons, wine, and coins. This relationship, however, was never stable. Roman officials often exploited these alliances for short-term gains, while the Burgundians sought to strengthen their position on the frontier, sometimes through cooperation and at other times through conflict. Despite their integration into the Roman system, the Burgundians remained distinct. Their social structure was centered around kinship groups led by chieftains, and their culture emphasized warrior values, hospitality, and oral traditions. This mix of Roman influence and Germanic identity would become a defining feature of their later kingdoms. The Burgundians' position along the Rhine placed them in direct contact with other Germanic tribes, as well as with the ever-present threat of the HUNS. These pressures would eventually lead to a dramatic shift in their fortunes, pushing the Burgundians to establish their first kingdom in the region of Worms, a kingdom that would ultimately be destroyed but not forgotten. Their migration and settlement along the Rhine marked the beginning of their interaction with the Roman world, setting the stage for their role in the transformation of late antiquity. But their story was only beginning. Edward James is a British scholar of medieval history. He is Emeritus Professor of Medieval History at University College, Dublin. In his work, The Franks, published in 1988, he discusses the Burgundians' early movements. The Burgundians, originally from the Baltic region, migrated southwards and settled along the Middle Rhine by the late 3rd century. Herwig Wolfram, in History of the Goths, notes, "The Burgundians, a Germanic tribe, moved from the Vistula basin to the Middle Rhine, establishing themselves as a significant power on the Roman frontier." And Michael Kulikowski, in his book Rome's Gothic Wars, from the 3rd century to Alaric, observes, "The Burgundians, like many Germanic groups, migrated towards the Roman Empire's borders, seeking opportunities within its declining territories. By the early 5th century, the Burgundians had established themselves near the Rhine River, a region that had long been a frontier of the Roman Empire. The Rhine served as both a barrier and a bridge, separating the Roman provinces of Gaul from the Germanic tribal lands to the east. For the Burgundians, this was a region of opportunity, a chance to carve out a kingdom amid the chaos of Rome's weakening control. The settlement of the Burgundians in this region was not a random event, but part of the broader migration patterns of late antiquity. Like other Germanic tribes, the Burgundians sought stability and resources in the shadow of the declining Roman state. Around 413 AD, they established their first kingdom near the Roman city of Worms, under the leadership of their king Gundahar, also known as Gunther. This first Burgundian kingdom was small compared to the vast territories controlled by other Germanic peoples like the Visigoths or the Vandals. Its location along the Rhine made it strategically important, controlling trade routes and offering a base for raids into Roman territories. These raids, however, brought the Burgundians into direct conflict with Roman authorities. King Gundahar's ambitions were fueled by both the need to provide for his people and the desire to expand his kingdom's influence. He led a series of raids into Roman Gaul, seeking plunder and asserting Burgundian dominance. These raids were initially successful, but soon provoked a decisive response from Rome. In 436 AD, the Roman general Flavius Aetius, often called the last of the Romans, launched a campaign to suppress the Burgundians. Aetius, an astute military strategist, enlisted the help of the HUNS, a formidable nomadic force that had terrorized much of Europe. Together they devastated the Burgundian kingdom, killing King Gundahar and many of his people. The kingdom of Worms was annihilated, leaving only scattered survivors to continue the Burgundian story. This catastrophic defeat marked the end of the first Burgundian kingdom. However, the memory of Gundahar and his kingdom lived on, immortalized in later medieval epics such as the Nibelungenlied. In this tale, Gundahar, renamed Gunther, became a tragic hero, embodying the resilience and ambition of the Burgundian people. Though their first kingdom was destroyed, the Burgundians would rise again. Resettled by the Romans in the Alpine region of Sapordia, they would go on to establish a more enduring kingdom, blending their Germanic traditions with the Roman cultural and administrative systems they encountered. Peter Heather writes about those events. The Burgundians' first kingdom on the Rhine was short-lived, falling victim to Roman retribution and Hunnic power under the leadership of Flavius Aetius. Ian Wood adds, "The destruction of the Burgundian kingdom at Worms was a pivotal moment, forcing the survivors to adapt and ultimately contribute to the formation of a new political entity in Sapordia." And Guy Halsall concludes, The defeat of Gundahar and the Burgundians at Worms illustrates the precarious balance of power on the Roman frontier, where barbarian tribes navigated both alliances and enmity with Rome. After the catastrophic defeat of their first kingdom near Worms, the Burgundians faced an uncertain future. However, their story did not end in total annihilation. In 443 AD, the Roman authorities resettled the remaining Burgundians in a region known as Sapaudia, modern-day Savoy in the Western Alps. This strategic relocation was not a gesture of goodwill, but a calculated move to use the Burgundians as a buffer force against other barbarian groups threatening the Roman provinces. The Burgundians were granted land and semi-autonomous control in Sapaudia in exchange for military service. This arrangement marked the beginning of a new chapter in Burgundian history. Unlike their previous kingdom, which had been heavily reliant on raiding, the Burgundians now sought to establish a more stable and integrated society within the framework of Roman administration. The new kingdom was led by a series of kings, starting with Gundioch, who played a critical role in consolidating Burgundian authority in the region. Under Gundioch's leadership, the Burgundians expanded their influence into neighbouring territories, gradually absorbing parts of southeastern Gaul. This period saw a shift in Burgundian priorities from survival to governance as they began to adopt elements of Roman legal and administrative practices. The Alpine region of Sapaudia posed unique challenges. The rugged terrain required the Burgundians to adapt their agricultural and settlement practices. Despite these difficulties, the location proved advantageous, offering natural defences and control over important trade routes between Italy and Gaul. Religious and cultural tensions also played a significant role during this period. The Burgundians were predominantly Arian Christians, a branch of Christianity that was considered heretical by the Nicene Church, dominant among their Roman subjects. This religious divide initially created friction, but over time the Burgundians began to align more closely with the Roman Church. This alignment was partly driven by political necessity, as alliances with Nicene Christian powers, such as the Franks, became increasingly important. This second Burgundian kingdom reached its zenith under the rule of Gundobad, 473 to 516 AD, whose reign was marked by both military strength and legislative innovation. Gundobad's most enduring achievement was the creation of the Lex Burgundionum, a codified legal system that blended Germanic customary laws with Roman legal principles. This legal code not only strengthened Burgundian governance, but also reflected the kingdom's unique position as a cultural and political bridge between the Germanic and Roman worlds. While the kingdom thrived during Gundobad's reign, its fortunes were closely tied to the broader political landscape of late antiquity. The growing power of the Franks to the north and the shifting dynamics of the Roman Empire meant that the Burgundians' autonomy would remain precarious. Nevertheless, the Second Burgundian Kingdom laid the foundation for a legacy that would endure in both legal and cultural traditions. Peter Heather notes, the resettlement of the Burgundians in Sapaudia marked a new phase in their history, allowing them to consolidate power and adapt to a more Romanized framework of governance. Ian Wood furthermore writes, the Alpine region of Sapaudia provided the Burgundians with both opportunities and challenges, shaping the development of their second kingdom as a unique blend of Roman and Germanic traditions. Guy Halsall adds, the Second Burgundian Kingdom was a product of compromise between Roman political pragmatism and Burgundian survival strategies, exemplifying the hybrid nature of post-Roman polities. And Walter Goffart concludes, the Lex Burgundionum stands as a testament to the Burgundians' ability to adapt and innovate within the legal and cultural frameworks of late antiquity. The Second Burgundian Kingdom reached its peak during the reign of King Gundobad, who ruled from 473 to 516 AD. Gundobad was a remarkable figure, a skilled warrior, an astute politician, and a legislator who sought to unify his kingdom through both military might and legal reform. Under his leadership, the Burgundians expanded their influence and solidified their place as a regional power in southeastern Gaul. Gundobad inherited a kingdom that was both diverse and divided. His subjects included not only Burgundian elites, but also Romanized populations who followed different customs, languages, and laws. To govern effectively, Gundobad needed to bridge these cultural divides, a challenge that many Germanic rulers faced during this period. His solution was the creation of the Lex Burgundionum, or the Burgundian Code, a legal framework that blended Germanic customary law with Roman legal traditions. The Lex Burgundionum addressed a wide range of legal issues, from property disputes and inheritance to criminal justice and marriage. It was designed to apply to both Burgundians and Romans, offering a unified legal system that reflected the hybrid nature of Burgundian society. For example, the code included provisions for compensatory payments, known as Wehrgeld, a distinctly Germanic practice, while also incorporating Roman concepts of property ownership and legal procedure. The creation of the Lex Burgundionum was not merely a practical measure, it was also a statement of Gundobad's authority and vision for his kingdom. By codifying laws, he reinforced the legitimacy of Burgundian rule and demonstrated his ability to govern a diverse and complex society. This effort aligned with broader trends in late antiquity, as other barbarian kingdoms, such as the Visigoths, also sought to codify their laws as a means of stabilizing their rule. In addition to his legislative achievements, Gundobad played a crucial role in the political and religious dynamics of the time. Like many Germanic rulers, Gundobad was initially an adherent of Arian Christianity, a branch of the faith that diverged from the Nicene orthodoxy dominant in the Roman Church. This religious divide was a source of tension, particularly with the Franks to the north, who had embraced Nicene Christianity under Clovis I. However, Gundobad's later reign showed signs of rapprochement with the Nicene Church, a shift that may have been driven by both personal conviction and political necessity. Gundobad's reign was also marked by his diplomatic dealings with neighbouring powers, particularly the Franks. His niece, Clotilde, became a pivotal figure in this relationship. As the wife of Clovis I, Clotilde influenced her husband's conversion to Nicene Christianity, a moment that reshaped the political and religious landscape of Gaul. While this alliance initially helped stabilize relations between the Burgundians and the Franks, it also set the stage for future conflicts. Ian Wood writes, "The Lex Burgundionum exemplifies the hybrid legal systems of the post-Roman world, combining elements of Roman and Germanic traditions to address the complexities of Burgundian society." Walter Goffart adds, "The legislative efforts of Gundobad reflect the pragmatic adaptations of barbarian rulers who sought to legitimize their authority within a Romanized cultural framework." And Peter Heather concludes, "Gundobad's codification of Burgundian law was both a tool of governance and a symbol of his kingdom's synthesis of Roman and Germanic identities." Despite the achievements of Gundobad and the relative stability of the Burgundian kingdom during his reign, the foundations of Burgundian power were far from secure. By the early 6th century, the political landscape of Gaul was dominated by the Franks, whose territorial ambitions posed a direct threat to their neighbours. The rise of Clovis I and his successors fundamentally altered the balance of power, setting the stage for the Burgundians' decline. One of the most significant factors in the Burgundians' decline was their geographic vulnerability. The Alpine region of Sapaudia, while defensible, was relatively isolated and lacked the resources to sustain prolonged resistance against a more powerful adversary. Following Gundobad's death in 516 AD, the Burgundian kingdom entered a period of instability. His successors, Sigismund and Godemar, faced challenges in maintaining the unity and authority established during Gundobad's reign. Sigismund's conversion to Nicene Christianity initially helped to strengthen ties with his Roman subjects, but it also alienated some of the Burgundian aristocracy who remained Arian Christians. In 523 AD, Sigismund's reign ended in tragedy when he was captured and executed by the Franks. This event marked the beginning of the end for the Burgundian kingdom. Under the leadership of Childebert I and Clotaire I, the sons of Clovis, the Franks launched a series of campaigns to conquer the Burgundian territories. These campaigns were not merely territorial disputes, but also reflected the Franks' broader ambition to dominate Gaul and integrate its diverse populations under their rule. The annexation of the Burgundian kingdom was part of a broader pattern in which smaller post-Roman states were absorbed into larger polities. For the Franks, the conquest of Burgundy represented both a military triumph and an opportunity to consolidate their control over Gaul. For the Burgundians, it marked the end of their independent history, but not the end of their legacy. The Burgundians' decline and fall remind us of the fragility of power in a time of rapid change. Yet their contributions to the cultural and legal evolution of medieval Europe ensured that their memory would not be forgotten. Ian Wood explores those events. The final annexation of the Burgundian kingdom by the Franks in 534 AD was not merely the result of military superiority, but also a reflection of the broader political shifts in Gaul during the early 6th century. Guy Halsall furthermore writes, "The conquest of the Burgundians by the Franks illustrates the gradual consolidation of power in Gaul, a process driven by both military expansion and the absorption of existing legal and cultural systems." Peter Heather notes, "The annexation of Burgundy was part of a larger Frankish strategy to dominate Gaul, incorporating diverse regions into a cohesive political and cultural framework." Walter Goffart observes, "The Burgundian kingdom's fall demonstrates the limits of smaller post-Roman states in resisting the territorial ambitions of larger, more centralized powers like the Franks." And Patrick J. Geary concludes, "The absorption of the Burgundians into the Frankish kingdom marked a turning point in the transformation of Gaul, with Burgundian law and identity contributing to the evolving Frankish state." Though the Burgundian kingdom ceased to exist as an independent political entity after its annexation by the Franks in 534 AD, its legacy endured in multiple ways. The Burgundians left an indelible mark on the legal, cultural, and political landscape of early medieval Europe, influencing the societies that succeeded them. One of the most significant contributions of the Burgundians was their legal code, the Lex Burgundionum. Codified during the reign of Gundobad and expanded by his successors, this legal framework blended Germanic customary law with Roman legal principles, creating a hybrid system that was both innovative and practical. The code addressed issues such as property disputes, marriage, and criminal justice, reflecting the complexities of a society that was both Romanized and Germanic. The Lex Burgundionum continued to be used even after the Burgundian kingdom's fall, influencing Frankish legal traditions and serving as a model for other early medieval codes. Its survival demonstrates the Burgundians' role in shaping the legal foundations of medieval Europe, particularly in regions that had been part of their former kingdom. Culturally, the Burgundians were instrumental in bridging the worlds of Rome and the Germanic tribes. Their kingdom was a melting pot of traditions, where Romanized subjects lived alongside Burgundian elites, and Arian Christianity coexisted with Nicene beliefs. This cultural synthesis played a critical role in the transformation of Gaul during late antiquity, influencing everything from architecture and art to religious practices. This literary legacy ensured that the Burgundians were remembered long after their political disappearance. The Nibelungenlied and related works were not only popular in medieval Europe, but also influenced later artistic and literary traditions, including operas by Richard Wagner and 19th century Romantic nationalism. Politically, the integration of the Burgundians into the Frankish realm set a precedent for the absorption of smaller kingdoms into larger polities. Their legal and administrative systems provided a framework that the Franks adopted and adapted, contributing to the cohesion of the Merovingian and Carolingian empires. The former Burgundian territories became a vital part of the Frankish realm, and the Burgundians' legacy lived on through their influence on Frankish governance and culture. Though their kingdom was short-lived compared to the empires that followed, the Burgundians played a critical role in the transformation of Europe during late antiquity. Their story is one of resilience, adaptation, and enduring influence, reminding us that even in the shadows of history, smaller powers can leave a lasting impact. Ian Wood notes, the Lex Burgundionum not only provided a practical legal framework for Burgundian society, but also served as a bridge between Roman and Germanic legal traditions, influencing the development of early medieval law. Guy Halsall writes, the legacy of the Burgundians lies in their ability to integrate diverse cultural elements from Roman legal systems to Germanic warrior traditions, creating a hybrid society that shaped the post-Roman world. And Walter Goffart concludes, the Burgundian contribution to medieval European culture is evident not only in their legal codes, but also in their enduring place in legend and literature, exemplified by the Nibelungenlied. The story of the Burgundians is one of transformation and resilience, from their early migrations out of the Baltic region to the establishment of two distinct kingdoms. They navigated the complexities of a collapsing Roman world with remarkable adaptability. Their survival after the destruction of their first kingdom at Worms was a testament to their resourcefulness, and their subsequent rise in Sapordia showcased their ability to integrate Roman administrative practices while preserving their Germanic identity. Under leaders like Gundobad, the Burgundians played a key role in shaping the post-Roman world. Their legal innovations, particularly the Lex Burgundionum, bridged the divide between Roman and Germanic traditions, providing a model for governance that outlived their kingdom. This legal code was not only a practical tool for uniting a diverse population, but also a symbol of Burgundian contributions to the development of medieval European law. Their political story is equally significant. The Burgundians' integration into the Frankish kingdom after 534 AD marked the end of their independence, but not their influence. Their former territories became vital components of the Merovingian and later Carolingian realms, contributing to the consolidation of power in Gaul and the emergence of medieval France. The Burgundian cultural and legal legacy continued to shape the regions they once ruled, becoming a part of the broader fabric of the Frankish state. The Burgundians also left an enduring mark on European literature and culture. The Nibelungenlied, one of the great epics of the medieval world, immortalized their story, weaving their historical struggles into a narrative of heroism, tragedy, and myth. Figures like Gunther and the Fall of Worms became symbols of a bygone age, resonating through centuries of artistic and literary interpretations. The legacy of the Burgundians serves as a reminder of the dynamic interplay between migration, cultural integration, and state-building during late antiquity. While their kingdom was relatively short-lived, their impact was profound, contributing to the transition from the Roman world to medieval Europe. As we conclude the story of the Burgundians, we recognize their place in the broader narrative of late antiquity, a time when empires fell, new powers rose, and the foundations of modern Europe were laid. Though they are often overshadowed by larger and more powerful kingdoms, the Burgundians remind us that even small states can leave a lasting legacy. Ian Wood concludes their story. The Burgundians' history exemplifies the integration of Roman and Germanic traditions, from their legal systems to their cultural identity, influencing the broader transformation of the late antique world. Walter Goffert furthermore examines the Burgundians' adaptation to Roman administrative practices and their eventual absorption into the Frankish realm highlight the fluidity of identity and governance during late antiquity. Guy Halsall writes, "The Nibelungenlied and the Lex Burgundionum are enduring reminders of the Burgundians' contributions to both European culture and law, bridging the divide between myth and history." Peter Heather adds, "The Burgundians' legacy lies in their ability to create a lasting hybrid society where elements of Roman culture and Germanic tradition coexisted and thrived." And we will finish with Patrick J. Geary. The Burgundians' role in the Frankish realm demonstrates the enduring influence of smaller barbarian kingdoms in shaping the political and cultural landscape of medieval Europe. As we already saw in the previous chapters of our video, the collapse of the Western Roman Empire unleashed a wave of migrations that forever reshaped Europe. Groups like the HUNS, GOTHS, VANDALS, about whom we already spoke, and Franks and ANGLO-SAXONS, about whom we will speak later, surged across the continent, each leaving their mark on history. Among these migrating peoples, the Lombards carved out a unique path. From their origins in Scandinavia to their kingdom in Italy, they transformed from wandering warriors to rulers of one of the most sophisticated kingdoms of early medieval Europe. Unlike the rapid, destructive campaigns of the Huns or the seafaring raids of the Vandals, the Lombards followed a slower, deliberate route. Their journey southward reflected adaptability, endurance, and ambition, culminating in a kingdom that would shape Italian and European history. This chapter delves into their migration, kingdom, and enduring legacy. The story of the Lombards begins in the far north, in the cold and rugged landscapes of Scandinavia. According to their historian Paul the Deacon, the Lombards, then called the Winnerly, were a small and hardy tribe. Over time, driven by unknown pressures, they began their migration southward. The very name Lombards, or Langobardi in Latin, carries both mythological and cultural significance. Traditionally interpreted as long beards, the name reflects their warrior ethos, with the beard symbolizing strength and masculinity in Germanic culture. According to the Lombard historian Paul the Deacon, their name originated from a myth. When the tribe was still known as the Winnerly, their women let their hair down and tied it around their faces like beards to deceive the god Woden or Odin, who then declared them Longbeards. This name, rooted in both legend and identity, accompanied them on their migration from the north and became a symbol of their enduring legacy in Italy. By the 1st century AD, the Lombards had settled near the Elbe River in northern Germany. Here they established themselves as a distinct group, engaging in trade, skirmishes, and alliances with neighbouring tribes. Like many Germanic tribes, the Lombards came into contact with the Roman Empire as they migrated further south. By the 5th century, they had reached Pannonia in present-day Hungary. At times, the Romans employed them as federati, military allies, who were granted land in exchange for their support in defending the empire's frontiers. Herwig Wolfram, in his comprehensive work, The Roman Empire and its Germanic Peoples, Wolfram discusses the Lombards' early movements. The Lombards, originally from Scandinavia, migrated southward through the Elbe River region, eventually settling in Pannonia by the 5th century. Walter Pohl, Prominent Austrian historian writes, "The Lombards, like other Germanic tribes, engaged in both conflict and cooperation with the Roman Empire during their migration into Pannonia." Neil Christie is specialized in archaeology and history of late antiquity, focusing on barbarian settlements in Europe. He notes, by the 1st century AD, the Lombards had established themselves along the Elbe River, interacting with neighboring tribes and the Roman Empire. Jörg Janut, early medieval historian with a focus on the Lombards and other Germanic tribes, concludes, "The Lombards' journey from Scandinavia to Pannonia involved complex interactions with various tribes and the Roman Empire, highlighting their adaptability and resilience." In 568 AD, the Lombards, under the leadership of King Alboin, began their migration into Italy. Unlike earlier barbarian invasions, their entry into Italy was not marked by immediate chaos. Instead, they moved systematically, taking advantage of the Byzantine Empire's weakness after decades of war and instability. Alboin's leadership was critical in these early conquests. A capable warrior and strategist, he forged alliances with other tribes and led his people to seize much of northern Italy. However, his reign ended tragically in 572 AD. Alboin was assassinated in a palace conspiracy, allegedly orchestrated by his wife, Queen Rosamund, after he humiliated her by forcing her to drink from a goblet made of her father's skull. Following Alboin's death, the Lombard kingdom faced internal strife, yet under leaders like King Authari, the kingdom stabilized. Authari's marriage to Theodelinda, a Catholic Bavarian princess, symbolized a turning point. Theodelinda worked tirelessly to promote Catholicism among the Lombard elite, forging closer ties with the papacy. Herwig Wolfram writes, in 568 AD, under King Alboin, the Lombards crossed the Julian Alps into Italy, exploiting the weakened state of Byzantine control in the region. Walter Pohl adds, following their invasion, the Lombards established a kingdom in northern Italy, with Pavia as its capital, marking a significant shift in the region's political landscape. And Neil Christie concludes, King Alboin's strategic acumen was evident in his ability to unite various tribes and lead a successful campaign into Italy, laying the foundation for Lombard rule. Under rulers like King Agilulf and Queen Theodelinda, the Lombard kingdom expanded further. Agilulf proved to be a strong and capable leader, defending the kingdom from Byzantine attacks and consolidating its borders. One of the most significant achievements of this era was the Edict of Rothari, issued in 643 AD. This legal code, named after King Rothari, blended Germanic traditions with Roman legal principles. It provided a stable framework for governance and reflected the Lombards' growing sophistication. Religion also played a central role in the Lombards' transformation. Figures like Saint Columbanus established monasteries such as Bobbio Abbey, which became centers of learning and spirituality. With Queen Theodelinda's support, the Lombards gradually converted to Christianity, moving away from their earlier pagan beliefs. Jörg Janut writes, under King Agilulf, the Lombard kingdom expanded its territories and began integrating Roman administrative practices, leading to a more structured governance system. Walter Pohl examines the cultural transformation of the Lombards. The Lombards' gradual conversion to Christianity, influenced by figures like Queen Theodelinda, marked a significant cultural shift from their pagan origins to a more Romanized Christian identity. Neil Christie concludes, King Rothari's issuance of the edict in 643 AD was a pivotal moment, codifying Lombard laws and blending Germanic customs with Roman legal traditions. By the early 8th century, the Lombard kingdom had reached its zenith under rulers like King Liutprand, who strengthened central authority, expanded the kingdom, and improved relations with the papacy. However, this golden age was short-lived. Internal divisions and external pressures would soon spell the end of the Lombard kingdom. Like many early medieval kingdoms, the Lombards struggled with internal discord. Noble families vied for power, weakening the monarchy's ability to enforce authority across the kingdom. Regional dukes, who were granted significant autonomy, often acted as independent rulers rather than loyal subjects of the king. This fragmentation created political instability, undermining the central government's ability to defend its borders. While the Lombards wrestled with internal challenges, a rising power in the north began to threaten their existence. The Frankish kingdom, under the leadership of Charlemagne, was rapidly expanding. Charlemagne's military campaigns aimed to consolidate his rule over Europe and support the papacy, which increasingly viewed the Lombards as a threat. Tensions between the Lombards and the papacy had simmered for decades, while earlier rulers like Queen Theodelinda and King Liutprand worked to strengthen ties with the Catholic Church. Later, Lombard kings, particularly Desiderius, came into conflict with the papacy. Desiderius attempted to assert control over central Italy, threatening papal independence. This led Pope Adrian I to seek help from Charlemagne, forging an alliance that would prove fatal for the Lombards. In 773 AD, Charlemagne responded to the papacy's call for aid. Leading a formidable Frankish army, he crossed the Alps and invaded the Lombard kingdom. The campaign was swift and decisive. By 774 AD, Charlemagne's forces laid siege to Pavia, the Lombard capital. After months of resistance, Pavia fell. King Desiderius was captured and sent into exile in a monastery, marking the end of Lombard rule. Charlemagne declared himself King of the Lombards, incorporating their territory into the expanding Frankish Empire. Jörg Janut discusses the internal divisions that weakened the Lombard kingdom. The autonomy of regional dukes and the rivalry among noble families significantly undermined the central authority, leading to political fragmentation and instability within the Lombard kingdom. Walter Pohl examines the external pressures from the Franks. The expansionist policies of the Frankish kingdom under Charlemagne posed a formidable threat to the Lombards, as the Franks sought to consolidate their power in Europe and support the papacy against Lombard encroachments. Herwig Wolfram analyses the papal conflict. Pope Adrian I's alliance with Charlemagne was a strategic move to counter Lombard aggression, leading to a military campaign that culminated in the fall of Pavia and the end of the Lombard kingdom. Neil Christie provides insights into the aftermath of the Lombard defeat. Despite their political downfall, Lombard legal codes and cultural practices persisted, influencing the governance and societal structures in Italy under Frankish rule. Though their kingdom fell to Charlemagne in 774 AD, the Lombards left an enduring legacy. Their influence can be seen in the legal, cultural, and political foundations of medieval Europe. Far from being lost to history, the Lombards' contributions shaped Italy and its neighbours for centuries. The very name Lombardy reminds us of the Lombards' lasting presence. Place names throughout northern Italy bear their mark, reflecting the regions where their rule was strongest. Even as their kingdom fell, their identity became ingrained in the fabric of the land. One of the Lombards' most significant contributions was their legal codification. The Edict of Rothari, issued in 643 AD, remained influential long after their kingdom's fall. This legal code blended Germanic customs with Roman law, creating a system that guided governance in Italy even under Frankish rule. Charlemagne's conquest did not erase Lombard influence. Instead, the Franks incorporated Lombard legal traditions into their administration, ensuring that elements of Lombard governance endured. This continuity helped shape the development of European legal systems during the early Middle Ages. The Lombards played a crucial role in the Christianization of Italy. Earlier kings like Agilulf and Queen Theodelinda embraced Catholicism, promoting its spread among the Lombard elite. Their support for the church laid the groundwork for a closer relationship between Italian rulers and the papacy. Religious figures like Saint Columbanus, who established Bobbio Abbey, turned Lombard territories into centers of spirituality and learning. These monasteries preserved classical knowledge and fostered the intellectual growth of medieval Europe. Our understanding of the Lombards comes largely from the writings of Paul the Deacon, a Lombard historian and monk. His Historia Langobardorum chronicles their migration, kings, and achievements, preserving the memory of their people long after their kingdom disappeared. Paul the Deacon's work not only provided a detailed account of Lombard history, but also ensured their place in the broader narrative of early medieval Europe. Culturally, the Lombards left a significant mark. Their architecture and artistic traditions blended Germanic and Roman styles, influencing later developments in Italian art and design. This cultural integration was a testament to their ability to adapt and innovate within the regions they controlled. The Lombards' story is part of a larger transformation from the classical world to medieval Europe. Their adoption of feudal structures, their legal innovations, and their Christianization efforts helped lay the groundwork for the societies that followed. While their kingdom may have fallen, the Lombards' contributions lived on in the structures and institutions that shaped the medieval world. From their laws to their religious contributions, from their cultural integration to their regional identity, the Lombards left an indelible mark on history. Their legacy reminds us that even after defeat, a people's influence can resonate across centuries, shaping the future in ways they could scarcely imagine. Yogyanut discusses the enduring influence of Lombard legal codes. The Edict of Rothari, promulgated in 643 AD, remained a foundational legal text in Italy, influencing subsequent legal developments even after the Lombard kingdom's fall. Walter Pole examines the Lombards' role in the Christianization of Italy. The conversion of the Lombard elite to Catholicism under rulers like Queen Theodelinda facilitated the integration of Lombard and Roman religious practices, leaving a lasting impact on the religious landscape of Italy. Neil Christie provides insights into the Lombards' cultural contributions. Lombard art and architecture, characterized by a fusion of Germanic and Roman elements, significantly influenced the aesthetic development of medieval Italian culture. Herwig Wolfram analyzes the Lombards' integration into the Frankish realm. Following their conquest by Charlemagne, the Lombards were assimilated into the Carolingian Empire, yet their legal and administrative traditions persisted, contributing to the governance structures of medieval Europe. The history of the Franks begins in the shadow of the Roman Empire during the twilight of the Roman West. Roman historians and chroniclers such as Ammianus Marcellinus and the Panegyrici Latini refer to the Franks as a confederation of Germanic tribes settled along the lower and middle Rhine River. The Franks were not a singular unified people at this time, but rather a coalition of different groups, which included both the Salian Franks and the Ripuarian Franks. By the late Roman period, the Franks had gained a reputation as fierce warriors and skilled raiders. Throughout the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, they conducted frequent raids into Roman territory, particularly along the Rhine, taking advantage of the empire's growing internal and external vulnerabilities. These incursions earned them a reputation in Roman eyes as both a threat and increasingly a valuable source of military manpower. As noted by Ian Wood in the Merovingian Kingdoms 450 to 751, the Franks emerge in the sources as both a militarily powerful force and a flexible political group that could form alliances with Rome when needed. This adaptability, according to Wood, enabled them to gradually evolve from raiders to political allies within the Roman sphere of influence. By the late 4th century, the Franks were divided into three main groups: the Salian Franks, the Ripuarian Franks, and the Mosan Franks. These divisions were both geographical and political, shaped by the regions each group occupied. The Salian Franks settled in the Roman province of Gaul, occupying what is now the Netherlands and Belgium. As Patrick Geary explains in Before France and Germany, the creation and transformation of the Merovingian world, the Salian Franks were among the first Germanic peoples to be incorporated into the Roman Empire as foederati, with privileges that granted them land and a stake in the defense of the frontier. The Ripuarian Franks lived along the Middle Rhine near Cologne. Their traditional Germanic ways persisted longer than their Salian counterparts, though, as Geary notes, the gradual integration of Ripuarians into the Roman military system marked a shift in the relationship between the empire and its former enemies. The Mosan Franks occupied the Meuse River Valley in modern-day Wallonia. Though less documented, archaeological evidence highlights their integration into Roman society, while maintaining a distinct Frankish identity. As Chris Wickham points out in The Inheritance of Rome, the strategic importance of the Meuse Valley made the Mosan Franks a key player in the Roman defense strategy, while their semi-autonomy allowed them to maintain a unique cultural and political identity. These groups, while distinct, were connected by a common Frankish identity and were gradually drawn into the orbit of Roman politics as the empire struggled to maintain control over its western provinces. The relationship between the Franks and the Roman Empire evolved significantly from the 3rd century AD to the 5th century AD. Initially viewed as raiders and barbarians, the Franks became increasingly integrated into Roman military and political life, serving both as enemies and later as crucial allies, foederati. Roman emperors and generals often had to navigate a complex relationship with the Franks, balancing the need for their military support with the constant threat they posed to the stability of the empire. The first notable confrontations between the Romans and the Franks occurred during the crisis of the 3rd century, when the Roman Empire faced multiple internal and external challenges. The Franks, at this time still a loose confederation of tribes, took advantage of the weakening Roman frontier defences to raid deep into Roman Gaul and Hispania. One of the earliest Roman emperors to confront the Franks was Probus, who launched a series of successful military campaigns to push the Franks back across the Rhine. In 277 AD, Probus defeated a large Frankish force that had invaded Gaul. According to Roman sources, Probus captured many Franks, some of whom were settled within the empire to serve as farmers or military auxiliaries. This marked an early instance of the Roman practice of integrating barbarian tribes through settlement and military service, a strategy that would later define Rome's relationship with the Franks. Constantine the Great played a significant role in this evolving relationship. His campaigns against the Franks in the early 4th century were both punitive and diplomatic. Constantine defeated the Salian Franks in 310 AD, but as Ian Wood points out, he also established the precedent of settling defeated Franks within Roman territory as foederati. This blend of military might and political pragmatism defined the Roman approach to dealing with the Franks in the coming centuries. In 310 AD, Constantine again defeated the Franks, this time executing their leaders as a demonstration of Roman power. However, Constantine also adopted a policy of settlement, allowing the Salian Franks to settle in the region of Toxandria, modern-day Belgium, and the Netherlands. This marked the beginning of the Franks' formal integration into the Roman Empire as foederati, tribes settled on Roman lands in exchange for military service. Constantine's campaigns thus established a dual policy of both confronting and co-opting the Franks, setting a pattern that future emperors would follow. By the late 4th century, the Franks had become a crucial part of the Roman military system. Both the Salian and Ripuarian Franks were formally recognized as foederati, with many Frankish warriors serving in the Roman army. This relationship benefited both sides. The Franks gained land and security within the empire, while the Romans secured additional troops to defend the crumbling frontiers. One of the key figures in this evolving relationship was Julian, later known as Julian the Apostate. As Caesar, junior emperor in the west under Constantius II, Julian was given command of Gaul and the task of securing the Rhine frontier, which was under threat from various barbarian groups, including the Franks. In 356 AD, Julian faced a major Frankish incursion into Gaul. The Franks had overrun several Roman cities, and Julian led a successful campaign to expel them from the province. One of his most notable victories was the siege and defeat of the Salian Franks at the city of Colonia Agrippina, modern Cologne. After driving them out, Julian adopted a more diplomatic approach, settling many of the Salian Franks in Roman territory as foederati and securing their loyalty as military allies. As Patrick Geary explains, Julian's success in pushing back the Franks and his later settlement of them within the empire highlights the balancing act that Roman emperors had to perform, using the barbarians as both a threat and a resource. Valentinian I, another Western Roman emperor, played a critical role in managing the Franks during the late 4th century. Valentinian was deeply concerned with the defense of the Rhine frontier and spent much of his reign fortifying the region against barbarian invasions. In 367 AD, Valentinian launched a series of military campaigns to deal with renewed Frankish raids into Roman territory. One of his most notable confrontations came in 370 AD when the Ripuarian Franks invaded Gaul. Valentinian's forces successfully repelled the invaders, and he subsequently strengthened Rome's relationship with the Salian Franks, granting them greater autonomy in return for military support. This cemented the role of the Franks as both protectors of the Roman frontier and, increasingly, as settlers within Roman territory. The 5th century saw the final collapse of the Western Roman Empire, during which time the Franks transitioned from foederati to independent rulers of Roman Gaul. This period was marked by both cooperation and conflict between the Franks and Rome, as Roman authority in the West disintegrated and barbarian groups carved out their own kingdoms. One of the most significant military figures during this period was Flavius Stilicho, a Roman general of Vandal origin, who served as the Magister Militum, master of soldiers, under Emperor Honorius. Stilicho had a complicated relationship with the Franks, who were caught up in the wider conflicts of the time. In 406 AD, a massive invasion of Germanic tribes, including the Vandals, Alans, and Suebi, crossed the frozen Rhine River and flooded into Roman Gaul. The Franks, particularly the Salian Franks, were caught up in these events, as some fought against these new invaders while others used the chaos to expand their own territories. Stilicho, already stretched thin defending Italy from the Visigoths, was unable to fully protect Gaul, and the Franks took advantage of the power vacuum to increase their influence. By the mid-5th century, Roman authority in Gaul was in steep decline. Roman commanders like Aegidius and his son Syagrius relied increasingly on Frankish support to maintain control over their territories. According to Dan Jones, Aegidius's relationship with the Salian Franks marked the last phase of Roman-Gallic cooperation, as both sides knew that Roman power in the region was crumbling. This delicate alliance would collapse with the rise of Clovis I, who would eventually defeat Chagrius and end the last vestiges of Roman rule in northern Gaul. However, the relationship between Aegidius and the Franks was not always smooth. After Aegidius's death, his son Syagrius maintained control over this enclave, which became known as the domain of Soissons. In 486 AD, the domain of Soissons would be conquered by Clovis III, marking the definitive end of Roman rule in Gaul and the beginning of the Frankish kingdom under Merovingian leadership. As the Western Roman Empire crumbled, the Franks took advantage of the vacuum to consolidate their power. The Battle of the Catalonian Plains in 451 AD, where the Franks fought alongside the Romans against Attila the Hun, was one of the last great examples of cooperation between the two. Chris Wickham emphasizes that this battle symbolized the fading influence of Rome in Gaul and the growing independence of groups like the Franks, who would soon assert themselves as rulers in their own right. By 457 AD, the Franks had moved from being federati to independent powers, positioning themselves to fill the void left by the disintegration of Roman rule in Gaul. Their role as both protectors of and inheritors from the Roman Empire set the stage for the emergence of Childeric I, who would lay the foundation for the Merovingian dynasty. As noted by Patrick Geary, the early history of the Franks is one of adaptation and opportunism, seizing the moment as the Roman Empire disintegrated and carving out their own identity and political power in Gaul. By the mid-5th century, the Franks had positioned themselves to play a decisive role in the post-Roman world, with their political and military structures firmly rooted in both Roman and Germanic traditions. This transition would culminate in the reign of Childeric I, the first known king of the Franks, whose legacy would pave the way for his son Clovis I to unify the Frankish tribes. In 1653, during routine renovations in Tournai, workers stumbled upon an extraordinary tomb, one that would captivate historians for centuries. Beneath the earth lay the remains of Childeric I, the first significant king of the Merovingian dynasty. His tomb, filled with gold coins, exquisite garnet jewelry, and 300 golden bees, was a testament to his wealth and power. These bees would later become an enduring symbol, adopted by Napoleon Bonaparte to represent imperial continuity. But what made Childeric so important in his time, and how did he rise to such prominence? Born around 436 AD, Childeric's world was one of crumbling empires and shifting allegiances. He inherited the throne of the Salian Franks in 457 AD, during the chaotic decline of Roman authority in Gaul. His kingdom was centered at Tournai, a Roman provincial capital in Belgica Secunda. As the Roman Empire fractured under the weight of internal and external pressures, local warlords like Childeric saw their chance to assert control. Chris Wickham notes that this period was a transitional phase, with Roman institutions still lingering, but barbarian powers slowly rising to prominence. Childeric's reign is remembered for its military campaigns and strategic alliances, particularly with the Roman general Aegidius. This partnership symbolized the delicate balance between the remnants of Roman authority and emerging barbarian kings. Together, they launched campaigns against the Visigoths and Saxons, two formidable groups threatening the stability of Gaul. One of their key victories was the defense of Lutetia, modern-day Paris, a crucial stronghold for Roman and Frankish interests alike. This success helped Childeric consolidate power and expand his influence further into central and western Gaul. As Patrick Geary points out, Childeric's relationship with Aegidius demonstrates the ongoing relevance of Roman military structures in shaping the future of the region. Yet Childeric's path to power was far from smooth. His personal behavior, particularly his seduction of noblewomen, led to widespread discontent among the Franks. His subjects revolted, forcing him into exile in Thuringia for 8 years. During his absence, the Franks elected Aegidius as king, marking a rare instance of Roman authority being elevated by a Germanic people. However, Childeric's exile did not last forever. His eventual return to power was orchestrated by his loyal follower, Wiomad, who cleverly orchestrated his comeback. Before his exile, Childeric had split a coin with Wiomad, and upon his return, the other half of the coin symbolized his readiness to reclaim his throne. Upon his return, Childeric's rule strengthened. His marriage to Basina, the Queen of Thuringia, symbolized both his regained status and his strategic mind. Basina, who admired Childeric's strength and cunning, followed him to the Frankish kingdom. Their union would produce Clovis Firth, one of the most famous kings in Frankish history. Clovis would later unify the Frankish tribes and convert to Christianity, shaping the trajectory of medieval Europe. As Ian Wood argues, Childeric's reign laid the groundwork for Clovis's future successes. The alliances, military engagements and political structures established by Childeric allowed his son to consolidate Frankish power and begin the process of unification. The discovery of Childeric's tomb, centuries after his death, provided historians with a rare insight into the wealth and artistry of the Merovingian dynasty. Among the treasures found were golden coins, a golden bull's head, and the iconic golden bees, which were meticulously arranged on his burial cloak. These bees became symbols of the Merovingian dynasty, later revived by Napoleon as a symbol of his imperial rule. Unfortunately, much of this treasure was stolen in 1831, with many artifacts melted down for their gold. However, engravings made at the time of the tomb's discovery provide a valuable record of these items, allowing modern historians to appreciate the craftsmanship and opulence associated with Childeric's reign. Patrick Geary highlights the significance of this discovery, noting that it sheds light on the cultural and political importance of the Merovingians in early medieval Europe. Childeric's reign stands as a critical moment in the history of early medieval Europe. His military campaigns helped to secure Frankish dominance in Gaul, while his alliances with Roman generals reflect the complexity of power dynamics in this transitional period. Chris Wickham notes that Childeric's success was not just about brute force, but about his ability to navigate the delicate balance between Roman institutions and emerging barbarian power structures. His reign represents the gradual shift from Roman rule to the establishment of new political entities that would define medieval Europe. Zooming out, Childeric's story is emblematic of the broader changes taking place in Europe during the 5th century. The fall of the Western Roman Empire left a power vacuum that was filled by leaders like Childeric, whose military and political acumen allowed them to carve out new kingdoms from the ruins of empire. His son Clovis would continue this process, eventually uniting the Frankish tribes and establishing the Merovingian dynasty as a dominant force in Western Europe. As Ian Wood observes, Childeric's reign serves as a bridge between the Roman and medieval worlds, a period of both continuity and transformation. In conclusion, Childeric's son's reign was more than just a chapter in Frankish history. It was a turning point in the story of medieval Europe. His military victories, political alliances, and cultural legacy set the stage for the rise of the Merovingians, a dynasty that would shape the political landscape of Europe for centuries to come. His tomb, with its golden treasures and symbolic bees, reminds us of the wealth and power that once defined his rule. Patrick Geary reminds us that Childeric's reign represents both the end of one era and the beginning of another, as Europe moved from the world of Rome to the world of medieval kingship. As Childeric Wine's reign came to an end in 481 AD, his legacy was passed on to his son, Clovis I. Childeric had laid the groundwork through military success, strategic alliances, and his consolidation of Frankish power in Gaul. However, it was Clovis who would elevate the Merovingian dynasty to new heights. Under Clovis's leadership, the Franks would not only unite, but also begin to define the foundations of medieval Europe. His most significant achievement, the conversion to Christianity, would permanently alter the religious and political landscape of the continent. Clovis inherited not just his father's throne, but a vision for a united kingdom, one that would draw strength from both the Roman traditions and the barbarian identity of the Franks. While Childeric's reign symbolized the transition from Roman to Frankish dominance, Clovis would complete this transformation, turning the Frankish kingdom into the most powerful force in Western Europe. Through conquest, diplomacy, and his embrace of the Catholic Church, Clovis would succeed in what his father began, the creation of a unified Frankish state that would dominate the region for centuries. With Clovis I, the Merovingian dynasty entered a new phase, one that would solidify the Franks as the central power in early medieval Europe, influencing the direction of kingdoms and empires to follow. Taking the throne at just 15 in 481 AD, Clovis began as the ruler of a small Frankish territory centered in Tournai. By the time of his death in 511 AD, Clovis had transformed the Franks from a regional power into a dominant force in Western Europe. Clovis's early reign, while initially confined to a small area, soon expanded through a series of key military victories. His first major triumph came in 486 AD at the Battle of Soissons, where he defeated Syagrius, the last Roman governor in Gaul. This victory marked the final collapse of Roman control in northern Gaul and established Clovis's dominance in the region. As Ian Wood points out, this battle symbolized not only the end of Roman rule, but also the rise of new barbarian kingdoms that would reshape Europe. Clovis's most significant turning point, however, came not on the battlefield, but through a religious transformation. In 496 AD, during the Battle of Tolbiac against the Alemanni, Clovis is said to have called upon the Christian God for victory, vowing to convert if his forces triumphed. Following his victory, Clovis was baptized in Reims on Christmas Day, a moment that Patrick Geary describes as pivotal in aligning the Franks with Nicene Christianity. This was not just a spiritual conversion, but a political masterstroke, as it distinguished Clovis from other Germanic rulers who followed Arian Christianity, and it forged a powerful alliance with the Gallo-Roman clergy and population. Clovis, the first's conversion to Christianity in 496 AD, was a defining moment in European history for several reasons. First, it provided the Merovingian dynasty with sacral legitimacy, aligning the Frankish kings with divine authority, a concept that would influence the legitimacy of European rulers for centuries. As Patrick Geary points out, this elevated Clovis above other Germanic kings who followed Arian Christianity. Second, it provided the Catholic Church with a powerful new protector in the Franks, a vital alliance after the collapse of Roman imperial protection. Chris Wickham emphasizes that this connection between secular and ecclesiastical power marked a new era in European politics, where the Church became intertwined with the destiny of emerging kingdoms. This strategic conversion not only secured Clovis's rule, but also gave him a powerful new base of support among the Gallo-Roman clergy and nobility. The Catholic Church, having lost the protection of the Roman Empire, found in the Franks a new secular partner to defend its interests. This symbiotic relationship would define the Frankish monarchy and set a precedent for future alliances between church and state throughout the medieval period. In a broader context, Clovis's baptism at Reims also marked the start of the Christianization of Europe, where the Frankish kingdom became the bedrock of Catholic orthodoxy in Western Europe. This conversion distinguished the Franks from other Germanic tribes, such as the Visigoths and Ostrogoths, who practiced Arian Christianity. By aligning with Nicene Christianity, Clovis effectively tied his realm to the broader Catholic world, earning the favor of the Byzantine Empire and gaining a foothold in the power structures of late antiquity. This turning point in 496 AD also laid the foundation for future collaboration between the Frankish kings and the papacy, influencing the spread of Christianity across Europe. The Frankish Church would not only help shape religious life, but also support the Frankish state, lending legitimacy to subsequent rulers, as Ian Wood highlights. This collaboration eventually culminated in the Carolingian dynasty, particularly with the coronation of Charlemagne as Holy Roman Emperor in 800 AD, which reinforced the connection between the church and secular rulers, a legacy that started with Clovis's baptism. This broader religious and political alignment was crucial in establishing the Franks as the primary defenders of Catholicism in Europe, a role they would continue to play for centuries. Clovis's conversion was, therefore, a pivotal moment that not only solidified his reign but also reshaped the religious and political landscape of Europe. With his new Christian identity, Clovis embarked on further military campaigns to consolidate his power. In 507 AD, at the Battle of Vouillé, Clovis decisively defeated the Visigoths and killed their king, Alaric II, which expanded Frankish control into Aquitaine. This victory solidified Clovis's dominance in Gaul, establishing him as the preeminent ruler in what would become modern France. His victories not only expanded his kingdom, but also elevated his standing with the Byzantine Empire, which recognized Clovis's importance in stabilizing the region. By the end of Clovis's reign, he controlled nearly all of Gaul, with the exception of Burgundy, and his rule extended across much of modern-day France and parts of Germany. Clovis's conquests laid the foundation for the future expansion of the Frankish Empire, which would continue under his descendants. However, upon his death in 511 AD, the kingdom was divided among his 4 sons, Theuderic I, Clodomir, Childebert I, and Clotaire I, in keeping with Frankish tradition. This division would sow seeds of conflict within the Merovingian dynasty, leading to internal strife that persisted for generations. Theuderic I inherited Austrasia, covering the eastern regions, including the Rhineland and parts of Germany. Clodomir, Childebert I, and Clotaire I shared the rest of the kingdom, dividing it into Neustria, northern and western Gaul, and Burgundy, central Gaul. Clovis III's legacy, however, was not just one of territorial conquest. His conversion to Christianity and alliance with the Church helped forge a Frankish identity that blended Roman traditions with barbarian strength. As Ian Wood explains, Clovis's ability to unite the Franks under one rule and his embrace of Christianity were crucial in shaping the political and cultural landscape of early medieval Europe. Zooming out, Clovis's reign is a key chapter in the broader transformation of Europe in the aftermath of Rome's collapse. His victories over the Visigoths, his defeat of Syagrius, and his unification of the Frankish tribes positioned the Franks as the dominant power in Western Europe. More importantly, his embrace of Catholic Christianity marked a major shift in the religious landscape, forging a lasting bond between the Frankish monarchy and the Church that would shape European politics for centuries. In conclusion, Clovis II's reign was marked by decisive military victories, strategic political alliances, and his transformative conversion to Christianity. His achievements laid the foundation for the emergence of the Frankish kingdom as a dominant force in Europe, and his legacy as the Father of France endures to this day. His role in shaping both the political and religious trajectory of early medieval Europe cannot be overstated. The kingdom he left behind, though divided among his sons, would continue to influence the course of European history for generations, and his name, Clovis, would echo in the French kingship through the ages, evolving into the later royal name Louis. Following Clovis' death in 511 AD, his kingdom was divided among his 4 sons, Theuderic, Clodomir, Childebert, and Clotaire. While this division followed the Frankish tradition of partible inheritance, it triggered a series of violent power struggles that would plague the Merovingian dynasty for generations. According to Ian Wood, this pattern of inheritance caused frequent divisions and internal strife, weakening the kingdom's unity and long-term stability. Theuderic received Austrasia, the eastern part of the kingdom, which included modern-day Germany and the Rhineland. His ambitions led him into frequent conflicts, especially with his brothers. As the eldest, Theuderic sought to dominate the Frankish realm, and his military campaigns were largely aimed at expanding his territories at their expense. Clodomir, who inherited the Kingdom of Orléans, also had aggressive ambitions. His most notable campaign was against the Burgundians, a rival Germanic tribe. In 524 AD, Clodomir waged war on Sigismund, king of the Burgundians, capturing and executing him. However, Clodomir's success was short-lived, as he himself was killed in battle shortly after, leaving behind young sons whose fates would later become intertwined with the broader power struggle. With Clodomir's death, the division of his territory led to brutal infighting. Childebert of Paris and Clotaire of Soissons seized the opportunity to eliminate their young nephews, Clodomir's sons, to claim his land. According to Gregory of Tours, Clotaire and Childebert pressured their mother Clotilde to decide the fate of the children. In a cold political calculation, Clotaire killed 2 of his nephews, consolidating control of Orléans, while the third, Clodoald, escaped and became a monk, later known as St. Cloud. The brothers' infighting was relentless. Childebert led campaigns against the Visigoths in Spain, seeking to expand his power beyond Gaul, while Clotaire engaged in numerous conflicts to assert dominance over all his brothers. Over time, Clotaire gradually absorbed his brother's lands, uniting the Frankish kingdom once more under his rule by 558 AD. However, this unity would not last beyond his death in 561 AD, when the kingdom was again divided among his 4 sons, perpetuating the cycle of division and conflict. The constant division of the kingdom, followed by violent struggles among heirs, severely weakened the Merovingian state. These internal conflicts prevented long-term stability and opened the door for power to shift away from the Merovingian kings to figures like the mayors of the palace, particularly in Austrasia. This cycle of fragmentation, bloodshed, and power consolidation would continue until the rise of the Carolingians. In 629 AD, Dagobert I became king of the Franks and sought to restore the power of the Merovingian monarchy. He managed to briefly reunite the Frankish territories and centralized his rule in Paris. Dagobert was the last Merovingian king to wield real power, undertaking military campaigns against the Saxons and Slavs and strengthening ties with the Byzantine Empire. However, after his death in 639 AD, the Frankish kingdom once again fractured, and the influence of the mayors of the palace continued to grow. His sons, Clovis II and Childeric II, were weak rulers, and the monarchy's authority gradually declined. Chris Wickham notes that Dagobert's efforts to strengthen royal authority were undermined by the Merovingian tradition of dividing the kingdom among heirs. Dagobert's reign illustrates the periodic attempts by individual rulers to reassert royal authority, a pattern seen throughout medieval Europe. Yet, the entrenched systems of divided rule and the growing autonomy of regional leaders made these efforts unsustainable in the long term. As the Merovingian kingdom fragmented, Austrasia emerged as a dominant force in the early 7th century. Initially a territory controlled by one of Clovis's heirs, it grew in prominence due to its strategic position bordering Germanic tribes and its fertile lands. The mayors of the palace, originally the chief administrative officers for Merovingian kings, began to wield increasing authority, particularly as Merovingian monarchs became increasingly ceremonial figures, earning the nickname Do-Nothing Kings, rois fainéants. Pepin of Landen was one of the early mayors of Austrasia, managing to consolidate power as the Merovingians weakened. However, the real shift came with Pepin of Herstal, who in 687 AD, after the Battle of Tertry, became mayor of the palace for both Austrasia and Neustria, the Western Frankish kingdom. By controlling both regions, Pepin not only centralized Frankish power, but also laid the foundation for a new, effective form of governance. This marked the beginning of the era where the mayors of the palace effectively ruled the kingdom, while the kings became figureheads. Patrick Geary emphasizes that this transition of power marked the de facto end of effective Merovingian rule, leading to the emergence of Carolingian control. Pepin's reforms were crucial to the long-term survival of the Frankish kingdom. He implemented policies that reinforced military strength, expanded agricultural production, and maintained stability within the expanding territory. Patrick Geary notes that Pepin's policies, particularly his focus on military expansion, would later provide the resources needed to defend the Frankish kingdom against external threats. The growing authority of the mayors of the palace represents a broader historical shift in medieval European politics, where real power often shifted from traditional monarchs to strong regional leaders and administrators. This gradual transfer of authority paved the way for the eventual overthrow of the Merovingian kings, allowing for the rise of the Carolingians, who would become the dominant dynasty in medieval Europe. By consolidating power in Austrasia, the mayors laid the groundwork for a more centralized and efficient governance structure, transforming the political landscape of the Frankish kingdom. Charles Martel, the illegitimate son of Pepin of Herstal, became one of the most pivotal figures in the early Middle Ages. After his father's death in 714 AD, Charles faced opposition from rival factions within the Frankish nobility, but by 718 AD, he emerged as the dominant ruler of the Frankish kingdom. Known for his military genius, Charles earned the nickname Martel, meaning the hammer, due to his decisive victories in battle, which secured his control over both Austrasia and Neustria. His most famous achievement came at the Battle of Tours in 732 AD, where his forces successfully repelled the Umayyad Caliphate, halting the Muslim advance into Western Europe. The battle was a crucial turning point in European history, and Charles's victory elevated his status across Christendom. Patrick Geary highlights that this battle not only safeguarded Frankish territory, but also reinforced Charles's legitimacy as a ruler and protector of Western Christendom. However, while the Battle of Tours is often emphasized, Charles's real legacy lies in his ability to consolidate and reform the Frankish kingdom. Beyond his military campaigns, Charles was instrumental in reorganizing the kingdom's governance. He continued the trend set by his father, Pepin of Herstal, centralizing power within the hands of the mayors of the palace and diminishing the authority of the Merovingian kings, who had become figureheads. Charles appointed loyal noblemen to key positions, strengthening his administrative control over the kingdom. Paul Fouracre highlights that Charles's reforms in military organization and land distribution prepared the Carolingians for their eventual takeover of the Frankish kingdom. Charles also laid the groundwork for the eventual alliance between the Frankish monarchy and the Catholic Church. He distributed land to the Church in exchange for its support, establishing the basis for the feudal system that would dominate medieval Europe. The Church, in turn, saw Charles as a protector, and this mutual relationship provided him with the resources and legitimacy needed to maintain his authority. This relationship would later be solidified under Charles's son, Pepin the Short, and eventually under Charlemagne. Charles Martel's rise and reign signify a broader shift in medieval Europe, where the power of military leaders superseded the traditional authority of monarchs. His victory at the Battle of Tours became a symbolic moment in European history, but his true legacy was the administrative and political consolidation that prepared the way for the Carolingian dynasty. His efforts not only stabilized the Frankish kingdom, but also began the process of integrating church and state, a key development that would shape the political landscape of medieval Europe. Charles's reign exemplifies how military success, coupled with administrative acumen, could transform the political fabric of a fragmented kingdom. His ability to navigate both external threats and internal rivalries made him one of the most significant leaders of his time, setting the stage for the Carolingian Empire that would follow under his descendants. By the middle of the 8th century, the Merovingian dynasty had become largely ceremonial, with the real power held by the mayors of the palace, a position dominated by the descendants of Charles Martel. The last Merovingian king, Childeric III, reigned in name only, with no actual authority over the kingdom. His reign was symbolic of the complete erosion of Merovingian power, where kings no longer ruled but merely served as figureheads, while the mayors of the palace, particularly the Carolingians, effectively controlled the kingdom. 751 AD, a seismic shift occurred in the political landscape of medieval Europe. Pippin the Short, son of the powerful Charles Martel, took the decisive step of deposing the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, and claimed the Frankish throne for himself, marking the formal end of the Merovingian dynasty and the dawn of the Carolingian era. His ascent was not merely a political coup, it was the birth of a new kind of kingship, rooted in the approval of the Catholic Church, which would shape the political and religious structure of medieval Europe for centuries. With the papal endorsement, Pippin deposed Childeric III, the last of the Merovingian kings, who had his hair cut and was sent to a monastery at Saint-Omer, not far from the sea in the far north of Frankish kingdom. This marked the definitive end of Merovingian rule, which had stretched back to Clovis I and his father Childeric in the early 6th century. As historian Rosamund McKitterick, professor of medieval history in the University of Cambridge, observes in her book The Frankish Kingdoms under the Carolingians, this transition was not merely a change of dynasty, but also the birth of a new kind of royal legitimacy, where secular and religious authority were intertwined. Pippin's coronation took place in Soissons later that same year. The event was momentous because it was not merely a political transfer of power, but a religious one as well. Pippin was anointed with holy oil by St. Boniface, acting under the authority of Pope Zachary, in a ceremony that imbued his kingship with divine authority. This act of anointing was unprecedented for a Frankish king and signified a new relationship between the Carolingians and the Catholic Church. The act of anointing solidified Pippin's reign as sacrosanct, linking the legitimacy of his rule directly to the Church. As Einhard, in his Vita Caroli Magni, a contemporary chronicler, writes, Pippin received the crown from the hand of God's priests. This alliance between the Carolingians and the Church would have far-reaching consequences, as the Church gained a powerful secular protector, while Pippin and his descendants secured religious legitimacy for their rule. Later, on the 28th of July 754 AD at St. Denis, he was anointed again by Pope Stephen II, further strengthening the bond between the Carolingians and the papacy. Dan Jones wrote in his book, Powers and Thrones, that together with him young Charlemagne, his brother Carloman and their mother Bertrada were also anointed and blessed by the Pope. This was more than the coronation of a king. It was the sacred affirmation of the whole Carolingian dynasty, whose first 2 generations would redraw the map of Western Europe. While Pippin's reign was legitimized through religious authority, his strength as a ruler was equally based on military success. One of the most significant moments came in 754 AD, when Pope Stephen II travelled to the Frankish kingdom to personally request Pippin's help against the Lombards. The Lombards, under their king Aistulf, were threatening Rome and the papal territories. Pippin, now an anointed king with papal backing, was bound to protect the Church. Responding to the Pope's call, Pippin led 2 successful military campaigns into Italy. In the first, he defeated the Lombards, forcing them to retreat and securing the papal territories. However, Aistulf soon reneged on his agreements, prompting Pippin to return in 756 AD for a second campaign. This time, Pippin decisively defeated the Lombards, forcing Aistulf to relinquish control of key territories in central Italy, including Ravenna and the surrounding region, which he then handed over to Pope Stephen. This transfer of lands, known as the Donation of Pippin, laid the foundation for the Papal States, giving the Pope secular control over central Italy and further solidifying the alliance between the Carolingians and the papacy. Historian Rosamund McKitterick notes that Pippin's campaigns and his donation represented the first formal acknowledgement of the papal claim to temporal power. In addition to protecting the papacy, these campaigns reinforced Pippin's standing as the foremost military leader in Europe. The Franks, under Pippin's command, had proven themselves capable of defending not only their own kingdom, but also the broader interests of the Church. By securing the papal territories, Pippin ensured that the Church would remain a powerful ally for his dynasty and for his son Charlemagne, who would build upon this relationship to forge the Carolingian Empire. Pippin's military strength was central to his legitimacy as king, but it also established a new precedent for the relationship between the Frankish kingdom and the papacy. His successful campaigns in Italy secured the Pope's protection and set a pattern of mutual reliance between the Church and the Carolingian dynasty. The military victories in Italy did not only expand Frankish influence, but also ensured that future Frankish kings would be bound by their role as defenders of the Church, a legacy that would carry on into Charlemagne's reign. Pippin the Short's reign was not solely defined by military campaigns. It was equally marked by important administrative reforms that reshaped the Frankish kingdom. His ability to govern effectively was a cornerstone of his success, creating a strong foundation that would later benefit Charlemagne in building the Carolingian Empire. Pippin focused on both strengthening his control over the Frankish territories and reforming the military, ensuring the future stability of the Carolingian dynasty. One of Pippin's key reforms involved the redistribution of land and power to loyal Frankish nobles. By appointing counts and regional governors who were personally loyal to him, Pippin secured the loyalty of the nobility, ensuring their support in times of war and reducing the risk of rebellion. This practice laid the foundation for the feudal system, which would dominate medieval European politics for centuries. The close relationship between the king and his nobles was reinforced through vassalage, where nobles held land in exchange for military service to the king. This system centralized authority in the king's hands while delegating local governance to loyal counts, who maintained control over their regions in Pippin's name. Pippin's reforms also extended to the Church, which played an essential role in both his domestic and foreign policies. Pippin granted immunities to church lands, meaning that the Church's property was exempt from royal taxes and military service. This policy ensured the continued support of the clergy, who became some of Pippin's most loyal allies. The Frankish Church played a key role in maintaining social and political stability, supporting Pippin's reforms and legitimizing his rule. The military reforms undertaken by Pippin were equally important. He strengthened the Frankish cavalry, which had been the backbone of his father Charles Martel's military success. This allowed Pippin to respond swiftly to external threats, including invasions by the Lombards and Saxons. By reinforcing the cavalry and developing a more organized and professional army, Pippin ensured that the kingdom could defend itself and expand its influence throughout Europe. Additionally, Pippin focused on ensuring a stable legal framework within the Frankish kingdom. He expanded the use of Frankish law, emphasizing justice and the resolution of disputes through local assemblies and legal codes. This legal reform helped to reduce internal conflict and maintained order across the kingdom's vast territories. Rosamund McKitterick highlights that Pippin's domestic reforms not only stabilized the Frankish kingdom, but also created the framework that would allow for the Carolingian Empire to thrive under Charlemagne's rule. By creating a stable political, military, and legal structure, Pipin ensured that the Carolingian dynasty would be capable of enduring for centuries to come. Pipin's ability to combine military and administrative strength is a testament to his vision for the Carolingian dynasty. His reforms reflect a broader trend in medieval Europe, where rulers sought to consolidate power by creating stable governance structures, while securing the loyalty of both the nobility and the church. These reforms created a lasting framework that Charlemagne would later use to build one of the most powerful empires in medieval European history. Pippin the Short's reign ended with his death in 768 AD, leaving behind a unified Frankish kingdom that was far stronger than it had been under the Merovingians. However, in keeping with Frankish inheritance traditions, Pippin's kingdom was divided between his two sons, Charlemagne and Carloman the Serf. Despite this division, Pippin's domestic reforms and alliances with the church ensured a relatively smooth transition of power, avoiding the intense fragmentation that had plagued earlier Merovingian successions. Pippin's decision to divide the kingdom between his sons was rooted in the Frankish tradition of partible inheritance, but the Frankish system had evolved under Pippin's leadership. His reforms had strengthened the central administration, helping to ensure that the division did not immediately result in internal collapse. Yet tensions between the brothers were inevitable. Charlemagne, who had the stronger personality and military acumen, soon overshadowed Carloman, particularly after Carloman's sudden death in 771 AD, leaving Charlemagne to reunite the kingdom. Charlemagne, the son Pippin had trained for leadership, would go on to build on his father's legacy, ultimately expanding the Frankish kingdom into an empire that encompassed much of Western Europe. The political and military reforms initiated by Pippin were critical in allowing Charlemagne to consolidate and extend Carolingian power. Additionally, the church's alliance with the Carolingians, established during Pippin's reign, played a key role in Charlemagne's imperial coronation by the Pope in 800 AD. Rosamund McKitterick writes that Pippin's reign is often overshadowed by that of his son, but without Pippin's critical reforms, Charlemagne's empire would not have been possible. Pippin established the framework for Carolingian governance, grounded in military strength, loyalty from the nobility, and a deep alliance with the church. Pippin's legacy is seen not only in the territorial consolidation of the Frankish kingdom, but in the precedent he set for kingship. He shifted the foundation of royal authority from one based on heritage to one grounded in military ability, administrative competence, and religious endorsement. This shift not only ensured Carolingian dominance, but also set the standard for European kingship in the centuries that followed. Pippin's reign, and particularly his handling of the succession, is a reflection of the broader transition in medieval Europe, from fractured regional rule to more centralized and cohesive governance. While the practice of dividing kingdoms among heirs continued, Pippin's reforms allowed for greater continuity of governance. His legacy, seen in both Charlemagne's reign and the enduring relationship between the Church and European monarchs, was one of stability and expansion. This stable succession marked the final consolidation of Carolingian power, positioning the dynasty for future growth. The broader importance of Pippin's reign lies in the way it bridged the Merovingian past and the Carolingian future, transforming the nature of kingship in Europe. By the time of his death, Pippin had established a legacy that would be solidified by his son Charlemagne, and the Carolingian dynasty would dominate medieval Europe for centuries to come. In an age forged by blood and chaos, a new order would rise from the ashes of a fallen empire. This is the story of Britain's brutal transformation, where warlords clashed, kingdoms crumbled, and heroes emerged from the shadows. From the last remnants of Roman rule to the unstoppable force of Viking invasions, the land was forever scarred by centuries of conflict and survival. As the legions of Rome retreated in 410 AD, they left behind a fractured, vulnerable province, an island abandoned to its fate. What followed was a relentless struggle, a saga of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms fighting for dominance in a world consumed by chaos. The peaceful order of Roman Britain was gone, replaced by a maelstrom of war, betrayal, and survival. In this episode, we unravel the epic tale of how these Germanic invaders, the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, rose to power, shaping the destiny of an entire island. From the desperate cries of the Britons to the war drums of Viking raiders, the land was torn apart. Yet amid the destruction, a figure looms on the horizon, a man destined to unite a broken people and face the greatest threat of them all. Alfred the Great's rise is imminent, but before he can step into history, we must first journey through the blood-soaked centuries that preceded him. This is not just the story of kingdoms and kings. It's the story of a people fighting for survival, of warriors and rulers striving to claim their place in a changing world. This is the Anglo-Saxon saga. In this chapter, we delve into the fascinating history of the early Anglo-Saxon period, a critical era that bridges the decline of Roman Britain and the rise of medieval England. Set against the backdrop of late antiquity, this period offers a unique window into a world shaped by migration, cultural transformation, and the birth of new kingdoms. So far in our exploration of late antiquity, we have uncovered the tumultuous histories of the HUNS, GOTHS, VANDALS, LOMBARDS, BURGUNDIANs, and Franks, peoples whose actions defined the fall of Rome and the emergence of early medieval Europe. Now, we turn our focus to the shores of Britain, where the Anglo-Saxons began their rise, shaping the cultural and political landscape of the island in ways that still echo today. Join us as we uncover the origins, society, and early struggles of these remarkable peoples. To guide us through this captivating journey, we will rely on the insights of prominent historians and their groundbreaking works. From the archaeological perspectives of Helena Hamerow to the political analyses of Nicholas J. Hyam and Barbara York, we will uncover how the Anglo-Saxons transitioned from migrants to kingdom builders, leaving an indelible mark on history. With the help of John Heinz's studies on cultural identity, Catherine Hill's exploration of origins, and David Dumville's work on political evolution, we'll paint a vivid picture of the early Anglo-Saxon world. These historians provide us with the tools to unravel the complexities of this period, offering invaluable perspectives on migration, settlement, and the foundations of English society. Together, we'll piece together the story of the Anglo-Saxons, one that begins amidst the upheaval of late antiquity and sets the stage for the medieval world to come. The amount of books and academic research on the early Anglo-Saxon period is vast, reflecting the deep interest and meticulous scholarship devoted to this era. With so many outstanding works available, we face the challenging task of deciding which books and historians to include in our exploration. We carefully selected works that best align with the themes and questions we seek to address in this chapter. However, we fully acknowledge that some exceptional books and brilliant historians may have been left out. This is not a reflection on their importance or the quality of their research, but rather a necessity given the scope of this video. We hope you'll see this as an invitation to delve deeper into the rich scholarship on this fascinating period, as there is always more to discover and learn. Let's embark on this journey together, guided by the works we've chosen to illuminate the Anglo-Saxon story. As we saw in our previous video about the King Alaric and Visigoths, the Western Roman Empire was in a state of severe decline in the early 5th century. Pressured by invasions from multiple fronts and internal political chaos, the empire could no longer defend its distant provinces. In 410 AD, in that exact year, Visigoths under King Alaric sacked Rome. The Roman Emperor Honorius made a decision that would forever change the fate of Britain. He sent a letter to the Romano-British cities, instructing them to look to their own defences, effectively signalling the withdrawal of Roman military presence from the island. This letter, often referred to as the Rescript of Honorius, was a response to the dire situation in Britain, which had been left vulnerable due to the withdrawal of Roman military forces. Simon Esmond Cleary, in his book In the Ending of Roman Britain, discusses the complexities of Honorius's decision by stating, "The withdrawal from Britain was not a single event, but a process reflecting the empire's shifting priorities and the pressing need to defend its heartlands." He also suggests that the letter's significance may have been overstated, emphasizing that Roman influence in Britain had already diminished significantly by 410 AD. Peter Solway, a British historian, examines the broader context, noting Honorius's directive to the Britons to look to their own defences was a pragmatic response to the empire's inability to provide military support amid internal crises. And Michael Jones analyses the administrative challenges, asserting the abandonment of Britannia was part of a series of strategic withdrawals as the Western Roman Empire faced increasing pressures from various fronts. For nearly 4 centuries, Britain had been a part of the Roman Empire, benefiting from its advanced infrastructure, military protection, and administrative organization. The Hadrian's Wall, built in 122 AD, had once protected the northern frontier from Pictish tribes, while towns like Londinium, modern London, and Eboracum, modern York, had flourished as Roman provincial capitals. But as the legions departed in the early 5th century, Britain was left defenceless, vulnerable to raids and internal fragmentation. Shepard Frere was one of the leading British archaeologists and historians specialising in Roman Britain. His book, Britannia, A History of Roman Britain, is considered a foundational work in the study of Roman Britain, providing comprehensive insights into the province's archaeology and history. Regarding Roman occupation of Britain, he states, "The Roman occupation of Britain was a complex and multifaceted process involving military conquest, economic exploitation, and cultural assimilation." Peter Solway furthermore notes, the Romanization of Britain was not a uniform process. It varied greatly across different regions and social strata, reflecting a mosaic of experiences under Roman rule. David Mattingly is a professor of Roman archaeology at the University of Leicester with a focus on the Roman Empire's provinces, including Britain in an imperial possession, Britain in the Roman Empire. He observes, Roman Britain was a frontier province, and its history is marked by a constant tension between the forces of imperial control and local resistance. The Romano-British elites, who had long relied on Roman support, now found themselves struggling to maintain order. Without the logistical and military backbone of Rome, local rulers attempted to assert authority, but their power was often fragmented and contested. Magnus Maximus, a Roman general who had previously ruled parts of Britain, had already stripped the island of a substantial portion of its troops in 383 AD, when he led a campaign to the continent. This depletion of forces only worsened the situation as the 5th century progressed. By 411 AD, the effects of the Roman withdrawal were painfully evident. Pictish tribes from the north, Scotty raiders from Ireland, and the Saxons from across the North Sea began to intensify their attacks on Britain's coasts and settlements. The remaining Britons, many of whom were descendants of Romanized citizens, found it increasingly difficult to fend off these incursions. Towns and villas that had once been symbols of Roman prosperity were abandoned or fell into disrepair. Adding to the turmoil, the Saxons, Germanic warriors from present-day northern Germany and southern Denmark, saw Britain as ripe for settlement. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicles, a historical record compiled centuries later, hints at this growing presence, noting the increasing raids by Saxon pirates and the inability of the native Britons to defend themselves against the new wave of invaders. Peter Solway notes, the departure of Roman troops left a power vacuum that led to the fragmentation of political authority and the rise of local warlords. David Mattingly writes, the absence of the Roman military presence resulted in increased vulnerability to external threats, notably from Picts, Scots, and Saxon raiders. And Shepard Frere concludes, the economic infrastructure, heavily reliant on Roman administration and protection, began to deteriorate rapidly following the military withdrawal, leading to a decline in urban life and trade. In an effort to secure some form of defence, local rulers like Vortigern, a British king, made a decision that would have long-lasting consequences. Vortigern is believed to have come to power around 425 AD, capitalising on this instability. Around 449 AD, Vortigern invited the Saxons to Britain, hoping they would act as mercenaries and protect his kingdom from the Picts and Scots. The figure of Vortigern is shrouded in controversy due to conflicting historical accounts and interpretations. We will address these controversies with help of some important historians. John Morris was an English historian who specialised in the study of the institutions of the Roman Empire and the history of sub-Roman Britain. He discusses the complexities of Vortigern's portrayal, stating, the accounts of Vortigern are a blend of history and legend, making it challenging to discern the true nature of his leadership and actions during the Anglo-Saxon settlement. Guy Halsall, historian who we already very familiar with from previous chapters, examines the dubious historicity of Vortigern, noting the figure of Vortigern may be more a construct of later medieval writers than a reflection of an actual historical personage. Nicholas John Hyam is a British archaeologist, historian and academic. He explores the narrative inconsistencies, stating Vortigern's story varies significantly across sources, indicating a complex interplay between myth and history in early British chronicles. Barbara York is a historian of Anglo-Saxon England. She highlights the political motivations behind Vortigern's depiction, asserting the negative portrayal of Vortigern in certain sources may reflect the biases of authors aiming to explain the loss of British territories to the Anglo-Saxons. Leslie Alcock was Professor of Archaeology at the University of Glasgow and one of the leading archaeologists of early medieval Britain. He addresses the archaeological challenges, stating, despite various claims, there is a lack of concrete archaeological evidence to conclusively identify sites associated with Vortigern, adding to the uncertainty of his historical footprint. Hengist and Horsa, leaders of the Jutes, also arrived with their forces. The Saxons initially helped drive back the invaders, but soon became dissatisfied with their treatment and began to turn against Vortigern. Their growing power led to conflicts that ultimately resulted in Vortigern losing control over his kingdom. According to some sources, Vortigern married Rowena, the daughter of Hengist, in an attempt to solidify his alliance with the Saxons. This union is often portrayed as both a political maneuver and a source of tension. Following his marriage alliance, tensions escalated between Vortigern's forces and the Saxons. Notably, his son Vortimer fought valiantly against them but was ultimately killed in battle. This defeat marked a significant turning point in Vortigern's reign. By 457 AD, Vortigern faced a decisive defeat at Crayford against Saxon forces. Following this loss, he fled to North Wales, effectively ending his rule and marking a shift in power towards the Anglo-Saxons, who began to occupy more territory in Britain. Regarding Crayford battle in 457, Nicholas J. Hyam notes, the Battle of Crayford was a pivotal moment, leading to the retreat of British forces and the consolidation of Anglo-Saxon control in Kent. Barbara York states, "The engagement at Crayford exemplifies the escalating conflicts of the period, resulting in significant territorial gains for the Anglo-Saxons." Historian Martin Welch observes, "The victory at Crayford allowed the Anglo-Saxon settlers to establish a stronger foothold in southeastern Britain, influencing the region's subsequent cultural and political development." Vortigern is often portrayed negatively in historical texts. He is seen as a foolish king whose decisions allowed for the permanent settlement of Saxons in Britain, leading to centuries of conflict and cultural change. His story has been embellished through legends and medieval literature, contributing to the narrative of British history during this era. He is frequently mentioned in works like Geoffrey of Monmouth's History of the Kings of Britain, which further romanticised his life and reign. Vortigern remains a controversial figure in British history, viewed as both a desperate ruler trying to protect his people and as one whose actions inadvertently facilitated the decline of native British power in favour of incoming Saxon settlers. His legacy serves as a cautionary tale about alliances and leadership during times of crisis. By the mid-5th century, the once unified Roman province of Britannia had fractured into small competing kingdoms. The Roman roads, which had once been the arteries of trade and communication, now connected fragmented, isolated communities. Towns that had thrived under Roman rule fell into disrepair or were abandoned entirely. The surviving Romano-British population, increasingly isolated, clung to their Roman identity and traditions, but their hold on power was slipping away. The Saxons, along with other Germanic tribes like the Angles and Jutes, were laying the foundation for what would become the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Before we start explaining formation of early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, we will once again turn to prominent historians to conclude this early period of Anglo-Saxon history. Nicholas J. Hyam writes, "The Anglo-Saxon migration was a process rather than an event, with implications for variations of the process over time, resulting in chronological and geographical diversity of immigrant groups." Barbara York furthermore notes, "The formation of early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms was a gradual process, marked by the consolidation of power by local chieftains and the establishment of regional identities." And Catherine Hills, a British archaeologist and academic who is a leading expert in Anglo-Saxon material culture, concludes, "The transformation of Britain into England was not solely due to mass migrations, but also involved the assimilation and adaptation of the indigenous population to Anglo-Saxon culture." By the mid-6th century, Britain was a mosaic of emerging Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, each built on the ashes of Roman Britain. The Saxons had claimed much of the southern territory, while the Angles and Jutes established footholds in the east and north. These groups gradually displaced or assimilated the Romano-British population, who struggled to maintain their culture and identity in the face of relentless expansion. The Kingdom of Kent, founded by the Jutes in the mid-5th century, was among the first major Anglo-Saxon polities to emerge. The kingdom's founding is traditionally linked to the arrival of Hengist and Horsa, two Jutish brothers invited by Vortigern to help defend his lands against the Picts. Barbara York, in Kings and Kingdoms of Early Anglo-Saxon England, discusses the legendary status of Hengist and Horsa, stating, "The stories concerning them should be seen as part of Kentish foundation legends rather than as records of historical events." Nicholas J. Hyam examines the sources mentioning Hengist and Horsa, noting, "The accounts of Hengist and Horsa are derived from much later sources and are likely to be more reflective of the period in which they were written than of the 5th century." And Martin Welch addresses the lack of archaeological evidence, stating, "There is no archaeological evidence to support the existence of Hengist and Horsa as historical figures. Their story is likely a later construction." Initially mercenaries, they soon turned their attention to establishing their own rule in southeastern Britain. Under King Ethelbert, Kent became a powerful and influential kingdom. Ethelbert, King of Kent between 560 and 616, was a pivotal figure in Anglo-Saxon history for several reasons. He was the first Anglo-Saxon king to convert to Christianity, following the arrival of St. Augustine in 597 AD, sent by Pope Gregory the Great to bring the new faith to the Germanic peoples of Britain. Ethelbert's conversion and his support for the new religion helped spread Christianity across the Anglo-Saxon world. Kent also benefited from its proximity to Frankish Gaul, establishing close diplomatic and trade relations, which in turn increased its wealth and cultural influence. Ethelbert is also credited with issuing the first known code of Anglo-Saxon laws, known as the Law of Ethelbert. This legal code established regulations governing both secular and ecclesiastical matters and laid down protections for the clergy, reflecting influences from continental legal traditions. The code is significant as it represents one of the earliest examples of written law in England. Ethelbert's reign set precedents for kingship that influenced subsequent rulers in England. His model of governance integrated Christian values with royal authority, shaping the concept of kingship in Anglo-Saxon England. According to Bede, Ethelbert held the title of Bretwalda, meaning he was a high king who wielded influence over other kingdoms south of the River Humber. This status allowed him to exert control and foster alliances among various Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Barbara York discusses the establishment of Kent, stating Kent was the first of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to emerge, benefiting from its proximity to the continent and early Christianization. Nicholas J. Hyam notes, the Kingdom of Kent played a pivotal role in the early conversion of Anglo-Saxon England to Christianity, with King Ethelbert's acceptance of Augustine's mission in 597. David Peter Kirby, British historian born in 1936, in his book The Earliest English Kings, observes, Kent's strategic location and early adoption of Christianity allowed it to exert considerable influence over neighbouring territories during the 6th and 7th centuries. Kent's prominence during this period was not only political but also economic. Canterbury, Kent's capital, became a centre of religious and intellectual life, with monasteries and churches rapidly being established following Augustine's mission. Kent is home to Canterbury Cathedral, England's oldest cathedral, and a centre for Christianity since Ethelbert's conversion. Rochester Cathedral is also significant as the second oldest cathedral in England. Unique to Kent is Gavelkind inheritance. This inheritance system allowed equal division of land among sons, contrasting with primogeniture practiced elsewhere in England. The same inheritance system was also used in Frankish Gaul, which at the end led to the end of Great Frankish Empire in 843 after the Verdun Treaty. To the north, the Kingdom of Northumbria began to rise as a dominant force. Northumbria was born from the unification of two earlier kingdoms, Bernicia in the north and Deira in the south. Bernicia was located in what is now southern Scotland and Northumberland, and established around 547 AD by Ida, King of the Angles, who is often referred to as Ida the Flame-Bearer. He founded a royal seat at Bamberg, which became a significant centre for the Bernician kings. Deira, located to the south, was another early kingdom with its capital likely at York. The two kingdoms frequently engaged in conflict due to their rivalry, which was rooted in their distinct royal lineages and territorial claims. In 604 AD, Ethelfrith of Bernicia united the two territories through conquest, thus founding the powerful Kingdom of Northumbria. Ethelfrith ruled from 593 to 616 AD. He was known for his aggressive campaigns against both the Britons and rival Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. His leadership expanded Northumbrian territory, and by the time of his death in 616 AD, Northumbria was one of the most powerful kingdoms in Britain. However, it was under King Edwin, R 1616 to 633 AD, that Northumbria reached its early peak. Edwin not only extended Northumbrian control over vast territories, but he also converted to Christianity in 627 AD, greatly enhancing the kingdom's prestige and influence. Northumbria became a leading centre of Christian learning and culture, with monasteries like Lindisfarne and Jarrow producing important works of religious and historical scholarship. David Rollison is an emeritus professor of history at Durham University, specialising in early medieval British and European history. He examines the kingdom's origins, stating, "The formation of Northumbria was a complex process involving the amalgamation of smaller polities and the establishment of a unified identity." N.J. Hyam notes, Northumbria's early history is marked by internal power struggles and external conflicts, shaping its territorial boundaries and political structures. Barbara York explores the leadership, stating, "The early kings of Northumbria played crucial roles in consolidating power and fostering the kingdom's expansion during the 7th century." Ian Wood, who is already well known to us, analyses the influence of Roman structures, asserting the remnants of Roman administrative frameworks significantly impacted the development of early Northumbrian governance. And Michelle P. Brown, former curator of illuminated manuscripts at the British Library and an academic specialising in early medieval manuscripts and art, concludes, "The production of the Lindisfarne Gospels reflects the rich monastic culture and artistic achievements of early Northumbria." The stability of Northumbria began to wane with the arrival of Viking forces in the late 8th century. The Great Heathen Army captured York in 866 AD, leading to significant Norse settlement and influence over the region. By the mid-10th century, following a series of conflicts and changes in power dynamics, Northumbria ceased to exist as an independent kingdom after being absorbed into the Kingdom of England around 954 AD. The next kingdom we'll explore is East Anglia, located in the eastern part of England. Established by the Angles in the late 5th century, this kingdom encompassed areas now known as Norfolk, Suffolk, and parts of Cambridgeshire. East Anglia emerged as a key power in the early 7th century under King Redwald, who ruled from 599 to 624. He was a ruler from the Woffingus dynasty. Redwald is notable for his mixed religious practices, maintaining both pagan and Christian traditions. Around 616 AD, after a major victory against Northumbria, he was recognised as a Bretwalda, an overlord of several Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Redwald is also linked to the famous Sutton Hoo ship burial discovered in 1939. The burial site, filled with treasures, a ship, and elaborately crafted weapons, reflects the wealth and influence of East Anglia during his reign. Politically, Redwald played a significant role in supporting Edwin of Northumbria, helping him regain his throne after years in exile. Despite being smaller than Northumbria, East Anglia was a significant player in the intricate alliance networks that characterised early Anglo-Saxon politics. However, the kingdom faced external threats, particularly from Mercia. In 794 AD, King Ethelbert II was executed on the orders of Offa of Mercia, leading to a period where East Anglia lost its independence. A major turning point came in 865 AD with the arrival of the Danish Great Heathen Army. After defeating East Anglia, they killed King Edmund the Martyr in 869 AD, effectively absorbing the kingdom into the Danelaw, the area under Danish control. Throughout its existence, East Anglia was an important centre for trade and culture. Its fertile land supported agriculture, especially in wool and textiles, making it one of the wealthiest regions in England before industrialisation shifted economic focus. Culturally, it contributed to early medieval literature and monastic scholarship. The Kingdom of East Anglia played a pivotal role in early English history through its political power, cultural achievements, and interactions with neighbouring states. Its legacy still shapes the identity and historical narrative of modern East Anglia. David Bates is a distinguished historian specialising in medieval history, particularly the Anglo-Norman period and the history of East Anglia. He explores the region's economic and cultural connections, stating, East Anglia's prosperity during the Middle Ages was closely linked to its maritime trade with the North Sea world. Christopher Harper Bill was a professor of medieval history at the University of East Anglia, with expertise in ecclesiastical history and the social structures of medieval England. He examines the region's religious and social structures, noting the ecclesiastical landscape of East Anglia was characterized by a dense network of parish churches and monastic institutions, reflecting its spiritual vitality. Tom Williamson is a professor of landscape history at the University of East Anglia, specializing in environmental and agricultural history. He analyzes the environmental and agricultural aspects, asserting, the distinctive landscape of East Anglia, with its open fields and dispersed settlements, was shaped by both natural factors and human agency. Robert Lydiard is a historian and archaeologist specializing in medieval landscapes, particularly castles and their social and military functions. He discusses the military architecture, stating, the proliferation of castles in East Anglia during the Anglo-Norman period reflects the region's strategic importance and the complexities of feudal control. Elias Oksanen is a historian focused on medieval trade, diplomacy, and the connections between England and continental Europe during the Middle Ages. In his book, East Anglia and its North Sea World in the Middle Ages, Oksanen examines trade dynamics, noting, the dynamic quality of trade between East Anglia and Flanders allowed merchants' economic interests to avoid being compromised by the conflicts of their rulers. To the west, the Kingdom of Mercia emerged in the mid-6th century, founded by Angles who settled in what is now central England. Unlike the coastal kingdoms of Kent and East Anglia, Mercia's position in the heart of Britain allowed it to expand aggressively. Early Mercian rulers such as King Penda R 626 to 655 AD were notable for their military campaigns and their determination to resist Christianization. Penda, who remained a staunch pagan, waged wars against his Christian neighbours, most notably Northumbria and Wessex. Penda's death in 655 AD at the Battle of Winwade marked a turning point for Mercia. Afterward, Mercia gradually embraced Christianity, but its political ambitions remained fierce. After Penda's reign, his son Wulfhere restored Mercian independence from Northumbrian rule and further extended the kingdom's influence. He successfully captured territories in Kent and established London as an important Mercian centre. Wulfhere's brother, Ethelred, strengthened Mercia's position by recovering previously lost lands and asserting control over other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, ensuring Mercia remained a dominant force in the region. King Ethelbald ruled from 716 to 757 during what is often called the Golden Age of Mercia. Under his leadership, the kingdom achieved its peak, with Bede recording that by 731 AD, all southern provinces were under his authority. Ethelbald's reign was marked by considerable territorial growth and the strengthening of political power, including forming alliances through strategic marriages. By the 8th century, under the rule of King Offa, R757 to 796 AD, Mercia reached its zenith. Offa's reign is best remembered for the construction of Offa's Dyke, a massive earthwork along the border between Mercia and Wales, symbolising both Mercia's military strength and its rivalry with neighbouring Welsh kingdoms. Offa also established diplomatic ties with Charlemagne, the king of the Franks, which further enhanced Mercia's influence beyond the island. At its height, Mercia controlled much of southern and central England, rivaling both Northumbria and Wessex for dominance. Following Offa's death, Mercia's power began to wane, especially with the rise of Ecgbert, King of Wessex. In 825 AD, Ecgbert dealt a critical blow to Mercia by defeating Beornwulf at the Battle of Ellendun, resulting in the loss of key territories such as Kent and Sussex. This defeat marked a pivotal shift in the balance of power within England. The late 9th century brought additional challenges as Danish invasions destabilized Mercia. By 877, the kingdom was divided between English and Danish-controlled lands, leading to a steady erosion of Mercia's political independence. Despite efforts to recover, including Wiglaf's brief restoration in 830 AD, Mercia never fully regained its former strength. Mercia's ascent to power was defined by effective leadership, successful military campaigns, and shrewd political strategies, enabling it to control much of southern England at its height. However, internal conflicts, pressure from competing kingdoms such as Wessex, and foreign invasions eventually contributed to its downfall, signaling a major turning point in early medieval English history. Michelle P. Brown writes, Mercia's dominance in the 8th century under King Offa was marked by extensive political and cultural achievements, influencing both domestic and continental affairs. Ian W. Walker is a historian specializing in the early medieval period of Britain, with a focus on Anglo-Saxon and Viking-era kingdoms. In his book, Mercia and the Making of England, Walker notes, the Kingdom of Mercia was instrumental in the formation of a unified English identity, particularly through its interactions and conflicts with neighbouring territories. Sarah Zalukij is a historian with a focus on the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, particularly Mercia. In her book, Mercia, the Anglo-Saxon Kingdom of Central England, Zalukij provides a detailed exploration of Mercia's geography, political structure, and historical significance. She notes, Mercia's strategic location and resource-rich lands contributed to its emergence as a powerful entity in early medieval Britain. Nicholas J. Hyam furthermore notes, Mercia's fluctuating fortunes were closely tied to its leadership, with rulers like Penda and Offa leaving lasting legacies on the kingdom's structure and influence. And Barbara York concludes, Mercia's interactions with neighbouring kingdoms, including alliances and conflicts, were pivotal in shaping the political landscape of early England. The Kingdom of Wessex, also known as the Kingdom of the West Saxons, was a significant Anglo-Saxon kingdom in southern England. Wessex is traditionally thought to have been founded by Cerdic, who arrived in Hampshire around 495 AD. He was succeeded by his son or grandson, Cynric, and together they laid the foundation for the kingdom's early strength. Cerdic, often regarded as the first king of Wessex, is believed to have ruled from around 519 to 540 AD. The kingdom grew substantially under King Saulin, reigned 560 to 592 AD, who secured victories over nearby tribes such as the Jutes and Britons. His rule signalled the rise of Wessex as a dominant force in southern England. Wessex would eventually become the most important Anglo-Saxon kingdom, but its rise was gradual. During the 6th and 7th centuries, Wessex was one of several regional powers, often overshadowed by Mercia and Northumbria. Its rulers, such as King Cynegils, 611 to 643 AD, worked to consolidate Wessex's territories, and Cynegils was the first West Saxon king to embrace Christianity, converting in 635 AD with the help of Bishop Birinus. Throughout the 7th and 8th centuries, Wessex engaged in numerous conflicts with its neighbours, particularly Mercia, which sought to expand its control over southern Britain. Despite these challenges, Wessex's geographic position, shielded by natural barriers like the River Thames, allowed it to remain relatively secure from northern aggression. Over time, Wessex would become a stronghold against external threats, especially the Vikings in the later 9th century under Alfred the Great, about whom we will speak extensively in our next video. Alfred introduced major military reforms, created a system of fortified towns, burhs, and championed education and literacy, including the development of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. His initiatives laid the foundation for a more unified England. Alfred's grandson, Athelstan, extended Wessex's influence even further, and in 927 AD he became the first king of England after defeating rival kingdoms and recovering lands from Viking rule. His reign represented the peak of Wessex's power as it evolved from a regional force into the core of a unified English kingdom. The legacy of Wessex persisted through its cultural contributions, including its influence on literature and governance, shaping the course of English history. The Kingdom of Wessex played a crucial role in shaping early medieval England through its military achievements, cultural contributions, and efforts toward political unification. From its founding by Cerdic to its height under Alfred and Athelstan, Wessex was central in forging a unified English identity that would persist through later historical changes. Barbara York examines the kingdom's origins, stating the formation of Wessex was a complex process involving the amalgamation of smaller polities and the establishment of a unified identity. Furthermore, she states, the establishment of Wessex was characterized by a blend of continuity and change, reflecting both the adoption of new cultural practices and the persistence of existing traditions. N.J. Hyam discusses the political dynamics, noting Wessex's early history is marked by internal power struggles and external conflicts, shaping its territorial boundaries and political structures. David Dumville is a prominent historian and scholar specializing in early medieval British and Irish history. He explores the leadership, stating the early kings of Wessex played crucial roles in consolidating power and fostering the kingdom's expansion during the 7th century. Ryan Lavelle is a historian and lecturer specializing in Anglo-Saxon and early medieval warfare, particularly in Wessex and the Viking Age. He analyzes the military aspects, asserting the development of Wessex's military strategies was a dynamic process influenced by interactions with the neighboring cultures and the internal evolution of social structures. By the end of the 7th century, the major Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, Northumbria, Mercia, Wessex, Kent, and East Anglia, were locked in a relentless struggle for dominance. These kingdoms, although geographically distinct, were deeply interconnected through alliances, marriages, and, most notably, through conflict. As each kingdom sought to expand its influence, military engagements and political maneuvering shaped the landscape of early medieval England. The early 7th century saw Northumbria emerge as the dominant power under the rule of King Edwin, 1616 to 633 AD. Edwin's victory at the Battle of Hatfield Chase in 633 AD against a coalition of Penda of Mercia and Cadwallon of Gwynedd helped solidify his control over large parts of Britain. However, Northumbria's dominance was soon challenged by Mercia, which would rise to prominence under King Penda, 626 to 655 AD. Penda, a pagan ruler, fiercely resisted the Christianized Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and launched multiple campaigns against his neighbors. One of the most pivotal battles during this period was the Battle of Mayserfield in 642 AD, where Penda decisively defeated and killed Oswald of Northumbria, weakening Northumbrian power and allowing Mercia to expand its influence further. However, Penda's defeat at the Battle of Winwade in 655 AD, where he was killed by Oswiu of Northumbria, shifted the balance once again. Northumbria reasserted its dominance, but Mercia remained a formidable force, recovering quickly under Wulfa, 658 to 675 AD, and later Ethelred, 675 to 704 AD. As the 8th century progressed, Wessex began to assert itself, although Mercia under kings like Ethelbald, 716 to 757 AD, and Offa, 757 to 796 AD, remained the most powerful kingdom. Offa, in particular, is remembered for his territorial expansion and the construction of Offa's Dyke, which fortified Mercia's western borders against Welsh incursions. Wessex, under King Cinewulf, 757 to 786 AD, clashed repeatedly with Mercia in attempts to resist Mercian domination. The Battle of Bensington in 779 AD saw Offa defeat Cinewulf of Wessex, asserting Mercian dominance over southern England. However, the pivotal Battle of Ellendon in 825 AD would mark the beginning of the end for Mercia's supremacy. King Ecgbert of Wessex defeated Beornwulf of Mercia at this battle, resulting in Wessex gaining control over Kent, Sussex, and Surrey. This victory established Wessex as the dominant power in southern England and laid the foundation for Wessex's eventual unification of England. Regarding these struggles, Barbara York discusses the power dynamics, stating the shifting alliances and rivalries among the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were instrumental in shaping the political landscape of early England. N.J. Hyam notes, Northumbria's ascendancy in the 7th century was marked by military campaigns against neighbouring kingdoms, reflecting the competitive nature of Anglo-Saxon polities. David Dumville observes, the rise of Wessex to supremacy involved strategic confrontations with Mercia and other kingdoms, highlighting the contentious path to unification. The Anglo-Saxon period, circa 410 to 1066 AD, is one of the most formative in the history of England. Despite the relative scarcity of written records compared to later periods, a wide range of sources, written texts, archaeological discoveries, artifacts and inscriptions offer invaluable insights into this era. Together, these sources help reconstruct the political, cultural, and social transformations that shaped early medieval England. Below is a detailed examination of the most important sources that historians rely on to understand the Anglo-Saxon world. Perhaps the most significant source from the Anglo-Saxon period is the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. This historical record was initiated during the reign of King Alfred the Great in the late 9th century and is a compilation of year-by-year entries documenting major events such as battles, royal successions, and natural phenomena. The Chronicle was not a single document, but a collection of manuscripts, often updated by monks across different regions of England. As a result, there are variations among the different versions, which sometimes provide unique local perspectives on the same events. This chronicle gives us detailed accounts of significant events, such as the Viking invasions, the rise of Alfred the Great, and the unification of England under Athelstan. The chronicle is invaluable for understanding political changes, military campaigns, and the expansion of Christianity during this period. However, it is also important to acknowledge that it often reflects the interests of the ruling elites, particularly the Wessex dynasty, and may contain biases in favour of their perspective. The Venerable Bede's work, Ecclesiastical History of the English People, written in 731 AD, is one of the earliest and most important narratives of Anglo-Saxon England. As a monk in Northumbria, Bede offers a detailed account of the Christianization of the Anglo-Saxons, which he viewed as a transformative event. His work focuses on the spread of Christianity, the role of missionaries, and the establishment of monasteries. Bede's account is particularly valuable for understanding the conversion of King Ethelbert of Kent by St. Augustine in 597 AD, the pivotal event that sparked the spread of Christianity in southern England. The role of Irish missionaries like St. Aidan, who founded the monastery at Lindisfarne, a key religious centre in the north, Pope Gregory the Great's mission to England, which initiated the formal Christianization of the Anglo-Saxons. Bida's historical method was highly advanced for his time. He used multiple sources, including earlier records, oral traditions, and documents from Rome. His work is one of the most reliable written sources from the period and provides a clear window into both spiritual life and the political landscape of the early 8th century. His perspective, however, is deeply Christian, and his narrative often reflects the religious bias of a monk who viewed the conversion of the pagan Anglo-Saxons as a divine mission. A rich source of information on Anglo-Saxon governance and society comes from the legal codes and charters issued by various kings. These documents offer direct evidence of how the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were organized, what legal structures existed, and the relationships between kings, nobles, and the church. Law codes were issued by several prominent kings, including King Ini of Wessex, 688–726 AD, developed one of the earliest surviving law codes. It outlined criminal punishments, property rights, and compensation for injuries. Ini's laws reveal much about the social hierarchy, particularly the legal distinctions between freemen, nobles, and slaves. King Alfred's Law Code, circa 893 AD, is one of the most famous. Alfred combined traditional Anglo-Saxon laws with Christian ethics, using biblical references to justify his legal reforms. His laws address not only issues like theft and homicide, but also moral offences, such as breaking religious oaths. Charters provide further insights into land ownership, royal privileges, and the influence of the church. These documents, often grants of land from kings to their supporters or to religious institutions, contain detailed witness lists, which are invaluable for identifying the major political players of the time. One of the most famous charters is the Izmir Diploma from 736 AD, which documents King Ethelbald of Mercia's grant of land to a monastery. These records help historians trace how power was distributed among the nobility and the church, and how alliances were maintained. While much of our understanding of the Anglo-Saxon period comes from historical documents, Old English literature provides a cultural perspective reflecting the values, beliefs, and social structures of the time. The most famous example is the epic poem Beowulf, which, although set in Scandinavia, reflects the heroic ideals of Anglo-Saxon society. Key themes in Beowulf, such as loyalty to one's lord, the importance of kinship ties, and the ever-present threat of violence and warfare, mirror the realities of Anglo-Saxon life. The poem also provides insights into warrior culture, where personal valor and fealty to a king or lord were highly prized. Other notable works include The Battle of Maldon, a heroic poem that recounts the Anglo-Saxon defense against a Viking raid in 991 AD. The Wanderer and the Seafarer. These elegiac poems explore themes of exile, fate, and the transient nature of life, reflecting both the spiritual and warrior ethos of the Anglo-Saxon world. Through these literary sources, we gain a deeper understanding of Anglo-Saxon identity, not just as a historical and political construct, but as a cultural and psychological one. While written records provide narrative accounts, archaeological evidence is essential for understanding the material culture of the Anglo-Saxons. One of the most spectacular archaeological finds is the Sutton Hoo ship burial, discovered in 1939 in Suffolk. Believed to be the burial site of an East Anglian king, possibly Redwald, the grave contained an extraordinary array of treasures. A burial ship over 80 feet long, a richly decorated helmet, swords and shield, gold and silver artifacts, including intricate brooches and a lavish belt buckle. The Sutton Hoo finds reveal the craftsmanship, wealth, and funerary customs of the Anglo-Saxon elite. Other archaeological sites such as Lindisfarne, Winchester, and Jorvik, York, offer additional evidence of daily life, trade, and religious practices. Excavations of Anglo-Saxon villages, monasteries and burial sites continue to reveal new information about social organization, agriculture, and the impact of Viking raids on Anglo-Saxon communities. Coins minted by Anglo-Saxon kings, particularly from the 7th century onward, provide a wealth of information about political authority and economic exchanges. The coinage of kings like Offa of Mercia and Alfred the Great often featured inscriptions of their names and titles, sometimes alongside Christian symbols, reflecting both their political claims and their embrace of Christianity. Runic inscriptions found on items such as the Frank's casket and the Ruthwell cross also offer insights into language, art and religious beliefs. These inscriptions are often in Old English or Latin and provide a direct link to the religious and cultural transformations of the Anglo-Saxon world. The Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were not isolated. They maintained diplomatic and trade relations with continental Europe and Scandinavia. Sources such as Frankish annals, Irish chronicles, and Viking sagas offer external perspectives on Anglo-Saxon England. For example, the Annals of Saint-Bertin, a Frankish chronicle, records diplomatic relations between King Offa of Mercia and Charlemagne, highlighting the importance of Anglo-Saxon rulers in European politics. Similarly, Viking sagas, though written down centuries later, provide details of Viking raids on Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, especially during the 9th and 10th centuries. The Anglo-Saxon period is understood through a rich and diverse array of sources, from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and Bede's writings to archaeological finds like Sutton Hoo. Each source offers a unique window into the world of early medieval England. These sources, though varied in origin and perspective, together create a detailed tapestry of political, religious, and cultural life during the Anglo-Saxon era, helping historians piece together the rise and fall of kingdoms, the spread of Christianity, and the eventual unification of England. Simon Keynes is a distinguished historian and scholar of Anglo-Saxon England, particularly noted for his work on manuscripts and primary sources. His editorial work on the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is highly regarded for its analysis of this foundational text, making it accessible for modern readers and researchers. Keynes emphasizes significance of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, stating, "The Chronicle is an invaluable source for the history of the Anglo-Saxon period, providing a year-by-year account of events from the late 9th century onwards." Michael Lapidge is a renowned scholar of Anglo-Saxon medieval Latin and Old English literature. As a co-editor of the Blackwell Encyclopedia of Anglo-Saxon England, Lapidge has contributed significantly to the study of early medieval texts and their cultural contexts. His research often explores the intellectual history of the Anglo-Saxon period, including the works of Bede and other contemporary writers. Lapidge discusses Bede's work, noting, "Bede's ecclesiastical history of the English people is a foundational text, offering detailed insights into the early history and conversion of the Anglo-Saxons." Dorothy Whitelock was a leading historian of Anglo-Saxon England and one of the first scholars to systematically study the legal and documentary sources of the period. Her seminal work, English Historical Documents, circa 500 to 1042, remains a vital resource for understanding Anglo-Saxon charters, laws, and other primary documents. Her research emphasized the social, legal, and cultural structures of Anglo-Saxon England through the analysis of original documents. Whitelock highlights the value of English historical documents, circa 500 to 1042, stating, "Anglo-Saxon charters are essential for understanding the legal and social frameworks of the period, as they provide direct evidence of land transactions and governance." The Anglo-Saxon period was not only marked by political struggles and military campaigns, but also by remarkable intellectual and scholarly achievements. two of the most prominent figures who played crucial roles in shaping the religious and intellectual landscape of early medieval England were the Venerable Bede and Alcuin of York. Their works laid the foundation for medieval scholarship and greatly influenced the cultural and spiritual development of Anglo-Saxon England and beyond. In this chapter, we will explore the lives, contributions, and legacies of these two towering figures. The Venerable Bede, often referred to simply as Bede, was born around 673 AD in the Kingdom of Northumbria, one of the most powerful and culturally rich kingdoms of Anglo-Saxon England. At the age of 7, he was sent to Monk Wearmouth Jarrow Abbey, a twin monastery led by Abbot Benedict Biscop, where he was educated and would remain for most of his life. The monastery housed a vast library filled with Latin texts, including works of theology, history, and classical authors, providing Bede with the intellectual resources that would shape his scholarship. Bede became a monk, theologian, historian, and teacher, and he spent his life studying, writing, and teaching within the monastery. He was ordained as a deacon at the age of 19 and a priest at 30, which was a testament to his early display of deep learning and piety. Bede's most famous work, Ecclesiastical History of the English People, written in 731 AD, is a monumental achievement that offers a comprehensive history of the Christianization of England and the early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Divided into 5 books, Bede's history traces the origins of Christianity in Britain from the time of Roman occupation to the missionary efforts of St. Augustine of Canterbury, who arrived in 597 AD under the orders of Pope Gregory the Great. Key features of the ecclesiastical history. Bede details the conversion of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, including the pivotal role of King Ethelbert of Kent, who embraced Christianity following the mission of St. Augustine. He chronicles the establishment of monasteries, bishoprics, and the spread of Christian learning across England. His work provides accounts of key figures in English Christianity, such as St. Aidan, Cuthbert, and Wilfrid, highlighting their contributions to the growth of the Church. Bede's work also discusses significant political events, making it one of the earliest examples of integrating secular and ecclesiastical history in Western historiography. Bede's history is also famous for popularizing the AD Anno Domini dating system, which remains in use today. His meticulous attention to detail, his use of sources, and his commitment to presenting an accurate and comprehensive history have earned him the title of the Father of English History. John Michael Wallace Hadrill was a renowned British historian, specializing in early medieval European history. His commentary on Bede's Ecclesiastical History of the English People is considered a landmark work, providing a detailed analysis of Bede's historical methods and contributions. Wallace Hadrill states, Bede's Historia Ecclesiastica is not only a vital source for early English history, but also a testament to his meticulous scholarship and narrative skill. George Hardin Brown is an expert in Anglo-Saxon literature and theology, with a particular focus on the works of Bede. His book, A Companion to Bede, explores Bede's writings in their historical and theological contexts, offering insights into his intellectual world. He notes Bede's integration of biblical exegesis with historical narrative exemplifies his unique approach to historiography, blending theological insight with empirical observation. Patrick Wormold was a leading historian of Anglo-Saxon England, focusing on legal history and historical writing. His work, The Making of English Law, King Alfred to the 12th century, highlights the influence of Bede and other early writers on the development of English legal and historical traditions. Wormold observes, Bede's works laid the foundation for English historical writing, influencing subsequent generations of chroniclers and historians. N.J. Hyam furthermore observes, Bede's portrayal of the English Church's development reflects his broader vision of a unified Christian identity across the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. And Walter Goffart, whose works we met in previous chapters, concludes, Bede's historical methodology, characterized by critical use of sources and chronological precision, marks a significant advancement in medieval historiography. Born around 735 AD, the same year Bede completed his great work, Alcuin of York was another towering figure in Anglo-Saxon intellectual life. Alcuin grew up in the Kingdom of Northumbria, a region known for its scholarly centres. He was educated at the renowned York Cathedral School, where he studied under Archbishop Ecgbert and Elbert, who had established York as a centre of learning, particularly in theology and the liberal arts. Alcuin became a monk, scholar, teacher and poet, and by the mid-8th century he had risen to the position of headmaster of the York Cathedral School. The school at York housed a library containing classical and theological works, and under Alcuin's guidance, it became one of the most prestigious educational institutions in England. Alcuin's intellectual reputation spread across Europe, and in 781 AD, while on a diplomatic mission in Italy, he met Charlemagne, the king of the Franks. Charlemagne invited Alcuin to join his court as a teacher and scholar. Alcuin accepted and became one of the leading figures in the Carolingian Renaissance, a revival of learning and culture initiated by Charlemagne's court. At Charlemagne's court, Alcuin was responsible for reforming education, overseeing the development of monastic and cathedral schools, and promoting the study of grammar, rhetoric, astronomy, theology, and scripture. He played a crucial role in standardizing Latin as the language of scholarship and helped establish a scriptorium to copy and preserve important manuscripts. Alcuin's influence on Carolingian reforms extended beyond education. He advised Charlemagne on matters of religious policy and moral conduct, promoting the revival of monastic discipline and the reform of the Frankish Church. Alcuin also contributed to the development of Carolingian minuscule, a clear and legible script that allowed for the efficient copying of texts and became the foundation of modern Western script. Some of Alcuin's key contributions include his promotion of classical learning at the court of Charlemagne, helping to preserve and transmit ancient knowledge during a time when much of Europe was in turmoil. His role in the production and dissemination of Christian texts, which were copied in large numbers in the Carolingian scriptoria. His authorship of numerous theological treatises, letters and poems, many of which survive today as reflections on monastic life, Christian virtues and education. In 796 AD, Alcuin retired to the Abbey of St. Martin in Tours, where he continued to write and teach until his death in 804 AD. Even in retirement, Alcuin's influence was profound. He helped shape the next generation of scholars and religious leaders. His ideas on education and religious reform endured throughout the medieval period and became an integral part of the intellectual fabric of Western Europe. Alcuin's role in the Carolingian Renaissance was critical in bridging the intellectual worlds of Anglo-Saxon England and continental Europe. His work in education, language, and theology ensured that the achievements of the Greco-Roman world were passed on to future generations. While both Bede and Alcuin were key figures in Anglo-Saxon intellectual life, they worked in very different contexts. Bede remained in Northumbria for his entire life, dedicating himself to the monastic life and the task of chronicling the history of Christianity in England. His works reflect a deep engagement with Christian history and scholarly rigor within a strictly ecclesiastical framework. Alcuin, on the other hand, became an international figure, leaving England to serve at the court of Charlemagne. His work was broader, focusing on the revival of learning, educational reform, and the establishment of Christian culture in the broader context of Carolingian Europe. Together, these two figures represent the heights of Anglo-Saxon scholarship and the transmission of knowledge during the early medieval period. Bede's historical works provided a foundation for understanding the development of Christian England, while Alcuin's educational reforms ensured that learning and scholarship would continue to flourish across Europe. The legacies of Bede and Alcuin are profound. They both contributed to the preservation and transmission of knowledge during a period often seen as intellectually dark. Through their work, they laid the foundations for the medieval intellectual revival, influencing monastic education, Christian scholarship, and the overall cultural development of medieval Europe. Bede's focus on history and theology ensured that the Anglo-Saxon past would be remembered and celebrated, while Alcuin's efforts in education and language reform extended the reach of Anglo-Saxon learning far beyond England. Together, they helped define the intellectual legacy of the Anglo-Saxon period, and their contributions resonate even today. John Michael Wallace Hadrill states, Alcuin's influence on the intellectual revival of the Carolingian court was profound, as he played a pivotal role in the standardization of educational curricula and the preservation of classical texts. George Hardin Brown writes, Alcuin's correspondence reveals his deep commitment to the dissemination of Christian learning and his efforts to reform monastic education across the Frankish Empire. Patrick Wormold furthermore observes, Alcuin's theological writings and his advisory role to Charlemagne significantly influenced the development of ecclesiastical policies and the integration of Christian doctrine into governance. N.J. Hyam adds, Alcuin's Northumbrian heritage and his education at York shaped his scholarly pursuits, which in turn impacted the intellectual landscape of early medieval Europe. And Walter Goffert concludes, Alcuin's hagiographical works and his role in the Carolingian court exemplify the fusion of classical learning with Christian thought during the early Middle Ages. We hope you enjoyed this deep dive into the fascinating world of the Anglo-Saxon period. From the fall of Roman Britain to the rise of powerful kingdoms like Mercia, Northumbria, and Wessex, we've covered key moments, battles, and figures that shaped the early history of England. As we close this epic exploration of late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, it's clear that history is more than just a collection of dates and events. It's a living, breathing narrative shaped by the people who came before us. But this is only the beginning of the journey. If the fall of empires and the rise of new kingdoms sparked your curiosity, then you're going to love diving into the stormy seas of the Viking Age. In Storm from the North, our next deep dive into history, we'll uncover the truth about the Vikings, their lives, beliefs, and the impact they left on the world. From debunking myths to exploring their remarkable voyages and the lasting legacy they built, we'll journey through history, guided by some of the most respected historians of our time. History is best explored layer by layer, and the Vikings are a chapter you don't want to miss. So, if you're ready to uncover the next thrilling piece of the puzzle, click on the link and join me in Storm from the North. Let's keep the discussion alive. Share your thoughts in the comments and tell me what fascinates you most about these historical transitions. Together, let's continue exploring the stories that shape the world. See you in the next video.